Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Hello. Sorry, I was a minute late. My coffee was... There was issues. All I want is 120% gain so I can be at my cost basis. It's not too much to ask. It's unlikely, but... Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Spider Dan for today, and my pronouns are unchanged. 9% borrow rate. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Morning, Gherk. Good to be back. What's up, Snickers? How you doing, man? Took the day off because I have a great feeling about today and I'm sick. All right. But definitely the former also. Okay. Uh Wake and bake for MOASS. If that's what does it. There's a new billionaire. Who is it? Elliot Norman. Thank you so much. Bithead, you son of a bitch. I appreciate it. I think this pickle flavored coffee thing has got to stop. It can't be good for you, and pickling powder does not do what you think it does. No wonder there were issues this morning. The issue this morning was that I fucking must have bumped the setting on my grinder and my espresso shot all over the kitchen again. It was fun. Good times. Thank you, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Zakir's wife, good morning. New billionaire guy, Elliot. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over.
Happy birthday, Gert.
Yeah, I probably could remove the stream starting at text. Just hadn't gotten around to it yet, Pterodactyl. Do they ever get bored shorting the open? No. Oh, they're giving it to us rough this morning. It's spicy. IBA KR borrow rate at 9. It jumped back up. That's awesome. What bidet do you recommend? Or at bare minimum, what brand? Who the fuck makes the one I have? I have no idea. What's that popular one that everyone buys? Tushy or some shit? Let's get one of those. Pays hundreds for a grinder. Grinder thinks kitchen floor deserves coffee more than him. Maybe it just needs caressed a little. Maybe buy it flowers. No. Have you seen Ginger Ball's DD? I saw some of it. I got a lot of messages about it. They were mostly not very nice. So I assume he did a good job. I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to the shit piss last night involving yourself and a wiener. I had a bad day, but it's no excuse for taking it out on you. It's okay, like, hey, if you could please avoid depicting me eating raw hot dogs, I'd appreciate that. It's offensive to the very core of my being. Why did people message you? To let me know that I was a shill, they're reporting me to the SEC, and that they're working on banning me. The usual. What was Jay Fresh's DD about? What did that dumb cat say? He said Super Stonk was dying because it was turning into a purple butthole farm. It's the lot, essentially. Ban you from what? Apparently YouTube and Discord, I think, were their goals. And to report me to the SEC, which, good luck. They wouldn't be the first one to try. Yeah, he showed the DRS folks what you've been saying for quite some time. The DRS has an effect, but it's not helpful for MOASS. Just with nice grass and everything, so the smooths understand. I don't think the smooths ever understand JFresh's DDs. RSS, same like our Tiger King. I can't be laughing this hard at work. Let's pretend like you're coughing or something. So JFresh is the new Adabit pointing out already known facts. Fear and Greed Index is offline for some days now. Really? That's odd. Usually always up and running. No, it's online. Looking at it right now. It last updated yesterday at 5 p.m. Pickle Man is going to prison. I've been reported to the SEC before. Don't they think that, like, if the SEC was going to arrest somebody for doing what I do, they would have arrested DFV? Like, and really, really fucking publicly? If it rips today, they're going to start writing DDs about how the rise in price is linked to banning you. Who do they think they are? Vladimir Putin? Wouldn't doing all that banning and reporting take so much energy? I've hated or disagreed with people before, but I can't imagine putting that much work into someone I don't like. It's hard to imagine yourself with a mental illness, but you'd be shocked at how common they are. Thanks, Kith. Will DRS make GME like Dillard's? Meaning MMs will abandon the GME options chain. One of the only ways to fight. Taking away one of the only ways to fight short hedge funds. It's possible. We're nowhere near those numbers. I'm not super concerned. Forward ripping? Cool. There's no difference between talking about stocks at a country club or talking about them online. Well, there is. At the country club, you get inside information. Shh, the SEC's putting me in jail. The SEC can't arrest anyone. They're a They can assess civil penalties. Did someone say mental illness, Charlie? I'm surprised he's not more popular with that crowd. If members abandon Jimmy, we'll just buy calls from Moonwind. I mean, if they abandon Jimmy, I'm definitely gonna be selling calls because the bid ask is gonna go. It's gonna be real wide. According to SS, Gherk is using burner accounts to circumvent the ban. He's apparently Dr. Gingerballs because they write in a similar style, presumably meaning whole sentences. Can you make BBBY do a thing? I mean, no. Yes. This is the best pickles pick of the week, by the way. Baba overnight bumped their their fucking buyback to $25 billion. So that was lucky. Caterpillar's having an okay morning. And who do we want to check? Docu? Docu looks good. Coming up a little bit. GameStop doing great. Damn. Nice start. If you inside information, like the mine is empty. I don't need a prison pocket. If I go to jail, I'm gonna use Carl for that. I suffered, but you've helped me through this. Honestly, I think I would have failed a long time ago. Thank you. Thanks, faint payload. Can you explain the volume trends on a run up and how to determine when they start to short the stock? It's not really when they start to short it, it's when they start to sell into the buy pressure. It could be shorting too, but it's usually both. If the price is static at a resistance, right? Let me hold on before we get into this whole thing. Let me make sure Epic Pen isn't gonna just fuck me. Okay, so if you see the price rise into a resistance and then volume continues to go up, but the price remains static, this means that they're selling into that resistance like pretty hard, right? This usually will indicate that you're then going to see a turnaround. That's one of the best ways to like see if the price is turning around. Obviously, retail volume data and stuff isn't that great, but I just want a smooth criminal video like stream card. I probably could use some grammar lessons. English is not my favorite subject. I don't mind reading or doing reading comprehension, but reading Strunk and White was not something I was very interested in. I'm sure you've answered this before, but if DRS removes, say, 15 million shares from the float, wouldn't this make volatility more violent to the upside and downside? Yes, it does. It does make the stock more volatile, but that also makes it cheaper to short and easier to manipulate. So there is a downside to that. Even though our runs could be more magnificent, the downside could also be much greater. Charlie's broken the cardinal rule of DRS. No other thoughts. Did they remove the JFresh DD from SS? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. They're really about censorship. I'm sorry, what? You heard me, Carl. Why are you in a Charlie Chaplin movie? My camera's broken. GameStop was supposed to deliver one yesterday, but apparently it's at like the distribution center in the city for whatever shipping, post office, I guess. Are we following the spy, or is the spy following us? I mean, technically, the latter. You don't have to tell me that you're clicking the like button, Farmer Jed. Um, GME stock price, I think gamma maximums in the like 142 range. Right around there. Which doesn't really tell us how high the price can go, but it tells us where the price will likely fall to after it goes higher. Do you see positive movement this week? Yeah. I'm pretty bullish on the remainder of this week. I mean, it's already been fairly good so far, but I think it could be better. See, that's the thing though, is I do ignore them, KB. Like I don't go and engage with them in other subreddits or anything. They're just not done attacking everyone here. I just want to thank you for pointing out the big sale on options as a strategic investment. Bought it, and you should know, finally able to fix my wobbly kitchen table. Congratulations. I'm glad it's getting some use. Is JFresh like ginger balls? Yeah. What's ironic is I really only have one Reddit account, so it's not like a lot of reporting needs to be done. How many hours of sleep did I get last night? 3? I want to say 3. I feel very refreshed. What was the borrow rate during the January run? I think it peaked around like 29 or 30%, something like that. Intraday, it went up higher, but I think the overnight rate. Do we know what time we'll know if BBBY is reg showed today? Probably by later tonight, if it happens today. We just fell back to VWAP. This isn't like a big deal. It's almost like rolling to April 100s was a good idea. But, I mean, rolling is generally a good idea if you need more time. Yeah, CCJ's been moving. Breathe, caffeinate, consolidate, Kegels. Thank you, Blippy. What do I learn to sell CCs? Any reading recommendations? I mean, there's a lot of places where you can learn to sell them. Is JFresh really trying to save the sub, or is he trolling hard as fuck? So, like, I'd say he's trolling hard as fuck because that's his nature. But he genuinely cares about Superstock for reasons I actually don't understand. So I don't know. Maybe ask him. Dude, are you an insomniac? How long have you been here, Sploosh? At what percent does the borrow rate begin to grab your attention rather than just your curiosity? 10%? Once it exceeds the rebate, it starts to get pretty spicy because then, you know, they're paying the rate plus, you know, a negative rate on top of that. So they're paying extra on their cash collateral to borrow like these hard to borrow stocks. Do I ever listen to Savage Garden? Like, are we talking like Bittersweet Symphony? Because yes. Is that Savage Garden? No. Wait. Now I'm confused. What am I thinking of? Truly, madly, deeply? No. Soundgarden. Yeah, no, okay. Okay, I've got it right in my head now. I was thinking of like Chris Cornell, but then I was trying to picture Chris Cornell singing Truly Madly Deeply, and that didn't fit. I'm a little tired. Refreshed, but tired. Oh, yeah, I know, the verve is Bittersweet Symphony. They sound the same. But when selling a CC to a counterparty, why is it fine to buy back the call? What happens to the counterparty that entered into that contractual obligation with you? Fuck them. I mean, the market maker just writes them a call, right? Like nothing changes. You're kind of just paying for the market maker to take the call off your hands. It should be listed when you look up the rate, Jacob. 1% Savage, 99% Garden. It's for cash collateral, don't forget, or same as cash collateral. If they're using non-cash collateral, they don't get that rebate rate at all. Where can I find the lawsuit pertaining to CS and fees? Oh, Shit. Ask someone posted it earlier. Fucking one of the Dans. Dilly Dan? No. Just Google it. I think it was from 2015 or 2011. 2015 was the lawsuit. Do you ever think it's crazy how right you are about positive price movement and the reasons behind it? According to most people, I'm wrong all the time. Why is Fidelity's borrow rate so low compared to IBKR West Trade? That's actually a good question. Usually Fidelity takes a really long time to catch up when borrow rates spike. Or they're just willing to loan cheaper. Oh. Guys, 100 wasn't a meme. Can you explain who's shorting the ETF baskets? I mean, probably Citadel. That probably is Citadel. They have a lot of they have a lot of ways to circumvent reporting of short positions as an AP. So if they're not doing it for themselves, they're doing it for on behalf of these other short hedge funds. Yes, AJ. But there's a lot of collateral that can be considered cash, like T-bonds and stuff like that. Yo, you even said it wasn't a meme yesterday. We're coming for you, Matt Furlong. Good morning, Trina. I believe the case is from 2015 in the Colorado District Court. It's Pernick, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Shilly Dan. So, yeah, I don't think BBBY was on threshold as of last night. Oh, I don't know if it will be tonight or not. Cat testing 226 again. Nice. Everything's going up right now, so enjoy the tendies on literally every other play. Borrow rate at 12%. Yeah, that'd be significant. Very. I finally wrote about something about DRS, and they're still upset I can't win. I don't know what to tell you, Jay Fresh. Other than GME, what's your best play so far? Tesla? In order, GME, then Tesla, then AMD, then Caterpillar. After that, maybe the SPY. I made a lot of money in the COVID crash on the SPY. Yeah, probably the SPY. Baba, after that, I made a lot of money off Baba. Only 68,900,000 left to go. Your math isn't even right on that. How actively do you suspect institutions manipulate price based on emotion regarding price action? Pretty often. I'm sure you got a DM from Adabit saying that you were stealing everything you worked for. I don't think Adabit's been like pro DRS at all. Ironically. Do you think they're letting it run for a cycle, or is this the GameStop doing their share buyback? But this is not GameStop's share buyback. If it was, they'd have already bought back all their shares. It'd be over. You know they only have like $100 million for a share buyback, right? It's nothing. I mean, it's pretty easy to prove that DRS isn't the cause of the borrow rate increase, because the day XRT is thresholded on Jan 7, GME short utilization just skyrockets, and continues to stay up. And now the week that XRT is rebalancing, we see the borrow rate go up because they have nowhere to get shares from. If they cover this, and they cover all these obligations, the borrow rate will go back down. But in the meantime, they need the shares. What was appealing about Cat? It was undervalued, and there was a lot of indecisiveness towards its future potential. They rolled what in after hours? I mean, they likely just exercised a bunch of puts in after hours on January 6th in order to clear FTDs from XRT before it got reg showed the next day. That would be like Occam's razor, right? They definitely didn't roll forward anything significant. It was only 800,000 volume. I'm sorry to hear that, purple people eater. Hmm. No. I don't know if Tesla's dead. It could be. But this looks pretty fucking bullish, honestly. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If it fails this test at 935, maybe not. GameStop. Look at our stock. Like, how proud are you right now? I'm new here. First time for watching the stream. Should I take my meds? I didn't take my meds this AM, and I'm considering YOLOing into BBBY leaps. Should I take my meds or send the YOLO? Porque no los dos, right? I don't know. Are your meds gonna stop you from YOLOing? At least update us and let us know. I know we joke about how you work for BlackRock and all, but have you been recruited by them or any other hedge funds in the past? Do they even do that? They do. They do that. It's not common practice, but I mean, most hires are based on pure nepotism, but they do hire other people. I'm not I'm not Mexican. What is BlackRock hiring Matt Kors? Literally never, unless it, maybe, I don't know, maybe if they need a spokesperson. Be like, we need you to just go places and sit and say nothing important. Ray Solia, tell that guy that the money for his meds could have gone to more leaps. Do you think the overall markets have reached a bottom? No. But for the time being, they appear to have. But have hedge funds ever tried to poach you specifically? Not since I started the stream, if that's the question. In the past, yes. How do you identify a breakout or a bounce? Find a resistance, see if it goes past that. $152, $100.52. Swanee75, dude, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
I feel like you would make more on your own instead of working for a fund. I don't know about that. But what I don't have to worry about on my own is managing other people's money, which is a huge bonus. Were you offered 1 Bitcoin or 50K like some of the other influencers have? Who the fuck's getting free Bitcoin? I want free Bitcoin. Are you offering me existential? What do I have to do? Talk to me. I still can't get over your friend who has a high success rate at hitting big on small accounts and then always loses it all. It's so confusing. It's because he doesn't know how to manage or leverage larger amounts of capital. He's just never learned it and he's never bothered. You have to do a thesis for your master's. Will it have anything to do with GameStop? Probably not. I have to write like a paper, but I'm probably not going to write about GameStop. Thanks, Colin Cap. What do you think? 130, 140, 150 cc's this week? I think, wait. Because you don't know. Was your plan with the masters to become a quant or work in a hedge fund as a trader? It was more working at a hedge fund as a manager was kind of the goal. I don't know. It was like the beginning of the pandemic and I was bored. Do you use hotkeys when trading on IBKR? Yeah. Does the pi and pi phi stand for pinata? Do you have any DGen weeklies for this week? I have some Baba 105s. I think that might be it. Do you have any other weeklies? No, just Babas and just the 105s, and I think those are probably going to stop out here in a second. Made enough to read Zillionaire now. Year over year, negative 898% versus 99. Thanks, leverage. Congratulations, Robert Dole. How long have I been self-employed? I feel like it's a little more than 3 years now. Yeah. How long can the short hedge funds suppress the GMA price and your Persian heritage? Uh, Pants are optional, Lawrence. Will you work at a super unethical hedge fund or a regular one? I'd rather work at neither. It's not a fun job. Like, working at a hedge fund pays really, really well. Um, but it's extremely time consuming. Like 12 to 15-hour days. And then you have like all the like intra office politics. You have to go to parties and events and make sure that you're hanging out with the right people so you can move up. It's just fucking bullshit. You need help with your paper? We're all here. We don't know anything, but we're here. Thanks, Baron Peg. I was just able to buy some GME calls, so I guess. So I guess as the price will drop to $95 shortly. It's potentially. Flex on us with your net worth, Pickle Man. Oh fuck, I don't know. I haven't. I wonder if it's on my tax documents. Probably not. Well, to some degree. I don't know what it is. It's not liquid. It's greater than zero, but less than 100 million. I've been self-employed for almost 20 years now. It's the way. If you can get to a point where that's an option, then yeah, it's nice to work for yourself, I suppose. Some people, I don't know. It's not for everyone, right? Some people thrive off structure and discipline. They excel in environments like that. And they prefer it too. They like that distraction. Most of my problem with working for someone else is my ego. You don't know or you don't want to know. What? Kirk makes 6 figures a month on super chats. No, not even fucking close. Are you worth more than Moonwind? I mean, that's not like a hard barrier. His net worth in US dollars or Persian funds. His net worth in the US is 6 GameStop shares. His net worth in Persia is a lifetime of quiche. It's not liquid because it's all in TRS. Do we punch through 105 today? Also, as a newly minted billionaire, do I get to make fun of Moonlight as covered calls? We can punch through 105, and yes, you do. You can actually, you don't even need to be a billionaire to make fun of Moonwind. It just is more fun that way. Pi-Fi's Rancher's net worth is like DDS's bid ask. Bullish consolidation. This is an ascending wedge or ascending triangle. Same, ego's the problem. Been self-employed for 8. It's challenging. I'll still never go back. Yeah, I don't really ever want to work for anybody but me. Bosses don't like when you tell them they're wrong and then you do the thing that you were told not to do, and then the thing you did ends up being the right call. Frequently, yes. Who cares about your net worth if you have to sit in a chair and talk about GME 8 hours a day? Thanks, Big Whopper. How much do you much selling those wood speakers shaped like pickles? What? Herba? So it's 7 figures off super chats? No, it's like 3. Some months 4 if I get a perm. Can you give us any? I did the try. I'm behind on the chat, aren't I? Yeah, a little bit. What time frame do you use for finding resistances? 1 hour, 4 hour, 1 day, all 3. My 4-year-old daughter's net worth is higher than Moonwind's. I don't know Moonwind in real life. Are you hiring a virtual assistant? Will you pay in 510 covered calls? Asking for a friend. Oh. Bar rate down 5.8%. I am the richest in this channel, you liar. You're not, actually. There's a couple people on this channel that have more shares, like a lot more shares than I do. Checking some weeklies that I bought on the post earnings dip today. The grape juice will flow once again. Congratulations, Carl. Why are my options green? Is this a glitch? No. I've never talked to DFE that I'm aware of. I am the alpha and omega, first and the last, the beginning and the end. You're a putz. Half of that per month is me. Even less with all these freebie super chats. Mwahaha. Thank you, Snickers. Also, congratulations on your pregnancy. Huh. I won't declare his net worth because him and my mom are still debating that in court. She's insisting he's hiding, but I'll never let you guys know what the judge decides after discovery. I'll let you guys know. Such a disappointment. It worked. I pretended to sell my call and the stock shot up. Are your parents proud that you grew up to work for yourself in the niche market of financial OnlyFans? I don't think my mom knows what I do. Like at all. Frankly. +0 for net worth. Thanks, Scrooge McDan. Appreciated. Our ETF balance is likely to result in net positive buys for GME due to the reduced market cap. Yes. They should need more shares for the same weighting. I'm trying to think out how many more. I don't think it's that big of a difference though. I think another +0 to the monthly total. Thanks, Tim Franklin. Billionaire. I also have more than 70 shares. Congratulations, Shilly Dan. Oh man, chat is very busy today. Mogans, Moana. Thanks, dude. You guys own shares? I'm just here for the hot goss. How big of a deal is a break of 103 for increased delta sensitivity? It's a pretty big deal. It looks like they're going to try to fight for it. I mean, this breakout got defeated pretty quickly, so. How do borrowed shares go down and borrow rate go down at the same time? Shouldn't they be inversely proportional? Not necessarily, because like I said, you don't have visibility over the entire lending pool. So the data you get is not necessarily a full representation of what's happening. So like, if IBKR has 20,000 shares and Fidelity has, 10,000 shares and the borrower rate's at like 7.5%, and then they return 300,000 shares to Vanguard, who then drops their borrow rate. That can then, affect this borrow rate. But you don't see this happen, right? Trina, oh, thank you so much. Perk? I appreciate it. Thank you, Trina. That was very kind of you. I had a dream DFE came back to do like a celebration lap, and then the price rocketed while we were watching a real life green candle shoot into the sky. That's a nice dream. Did you see the Carl Icahn documentary? Like the first 30 minutes of it, it's a bit hollow. Tell my brother John to stop gherking it and get back to work. John, stop jerking off and do your job. Is this actual GME movement or is the market just dragging us up? SPY's up 1%. We're up 7%. So it's both. Why not both? Guybrush for MOASS. Oh, jeez, here. Wait, you don't know Moonwind and he didn't really steal your chair? This whole time I thought he stole it in real life, not YouTube live. Sheesh. No, he really stole it in real life. It's a whole thing. Thank you again, Trina. Did you pretend to your mom that you were a drug dealer because you don't want her to know you worked at BlackRock? No, but that's a good idea. You ever dictus DRS on this platform? What? Not a good comment, Kyle. What are you talking about? When Roaring Kitty appearance? Is he not in here? Maybe he's busy today. When was DFE's last transmission? Yesterday he said to ban Moonwind. I had a dream that my liver failed. I woke up and drank that horrible thought away. When do you think we'll peak this week? Probably today or tomorrow. But I'm not sure they fought for so long to push everything to the last possible fucking minute. So why would they give up now? What mining company should GameStop acquire? Did you DRS your Matt Corey shares? Anybody's stocking that. What do you think about the action of our stonk so far today? I mean, it's doing pretty good, right? Up 8%. Thursday's rebalancing. Rebalancing can go all the way out through Thursday. P-Chuckle. But everything due today is due tomorrow, so. And this is why I didn't buy weeklies, because there's too many. Like, also, there's other dividends this week on the 23rd and 24th for other ETFs. I'm going to be honest, the last 3 days have been the hardest days of my life. I need hugs. Have you talked to Pickle Morty? He's very big on hugging. You're ready to tell us who reached out to you the other day and what Ryan Cohen said? What? It was Freg. No, Freg fucking came back and the stock started ripping. What programming skills would be required for the quant position, or is everyone just super impressed by Excel macros? Oh boy. I'm not even gonna go there. My new investment strategy is to just keep buying more shares at each dip to 70. Then the week after index rebalancing, I'm gonna buy weeklies. Interesting. On the Discord, so do not see who needs the hugs while I'm at work. This is for you, friend. I hodl for you. Hugs. See, look how quickly you got a hug, Trina, from Pickle Morty. Thanks, Pickle Morty. You're a pal. I bought Core's shares so I can sell his happiness short. What's your price target for today? We got to break 103. Breaking 103 is important. If we can break 103, 110 is the next stop. Couldn't get the TTM flip. Maybe more upward pressure here. We might get the like BBKC snap though. If we can hold these price points into the end of the day. How do I become a pal? You already are one, Kai. What's your best case scenario for this week? Price wise, is 120 a realistic thought? It's possible. I mean, 142 to maybe like the high 160s is theoretic. Like that would be like our potential high, unless we get some serious FOMO. If our price is higher than VWAP, does that mean they're covering? Yeah. I mean, they are, right? They're returning shares. We saw the borrow rate go down. I think we're going to fail this breakout, though. It's not looking good. For prices, this may sound weird, but I like friend hugs more than hugs and affection from people I like sexually. I don't like the emotional attachment. Okay. Just went from 6 to midnight. 105s? Yeah, I mean, no. They're very risky, right? We're trading at 102. BBBY is so sad today. Can't let them both rip at the same time, right? I can't tell if you like being caught up on chat because it means you're interacting with more people, or hate it because you're not teaching me stonks. That's a good point. Is it normal that GME is negatively correlated to VIX? Yeah. So, you know, owning a security, like being like long a security, is sort of like being short the VIX. So you'd expect them to be inversely correlated. And also, like, you know, volatility is inverse price. Did I miss something here? I'm sorry to hear that, Jen. How's the volume look to you? What I would have expected? I mean, it's okay. We're what, an hour, almost an hour, a little over an hour into the day, 1.5 million volume. All right. I only need the stock to hit 165, so my 5/10 will be green. Why did Supersonic make a big deal a while back when we're having record low volume? Is that significant? Low volume is good in the sense that it makes it more difficult for them to clear through CNS. But other than that, I mean, kind of just blowing shit out of proportion. How much percent cash position do you keep in your portfolio? Uh, enough. I don't know. Like, of total capital, how much is cash at any given time? Like 30%? Did you say today is likely the peak? Maybe tomorrow? No. Will you frost your tips if I become a billionaire? Absolutely not. Best cheeses to pair with salmon. What? Fuck you, popcorn trader. Don't put cheese on your fish, all right? So if today, tomorrow is probably going to be our highest, does that mean that shorting back down again later and we're stuck waiting to see what other cycles might happen or BBBY moves? We'll see. There's still I mean, there's still more to this week than just today and tomorrow. There's dividends on Friday as well, like ex-dividend dates for ETFs. Um, Although today and tomorrow should be the majority of the price action, I don't know if we're going to come back down afterwards. And technically, the rebalance goes out through Thursday. So, and what, today's Tuesday. So there's more potential for the week. What's up, DV? Cranberries aren't a cheese, popcorn trader. How do you feel about taleggio and tilapia? I don't like tilapia very much. Remember, I don't like cooked fish, really. It's okay. Take a shower if there's cheese on your fish, I always said. I currently have no skin in the game, so I wish you all good luck. But don't you have shares? I feel like you're being nitpicky because you hate me. No. I think you wish I hated you, popcorn trader. But your secret penis, goats, and corn futures trades have brought me not only money, but mirth. Do you like crab? Not as much as lobster. I guess you're not invited to my flounder fondue party. What the fuck? Clams? Yeah, if they're fresh. Guys, we broke 103. Oh, finally. This is beautiful. If you don't like tilapia, do you ever preferred fish for fish tacos? Mahi. I love fish tacos, actually. It's one of the only hot fish dishes I'll eat. But mahi, and I don't like breaded fish on tacos. Like grilled. Blackened is really good too. So my favorite cooked fish in order are halibut, mahi, and I forgot the last one. What the fuck? Tuna. Tuna, nah, I don't really like tuna cooked that much. Snapper? I don't really know. Black cod. I don't know if I've ever had seared ahi tacos. I don't mind seared, like seared tuna, like black and blue, but too many times they cook it and then it tastes like canned tuna. Talk about fish. Stock likes fish. Don't say that, because that's going to start like a whole feces argument, and it's not happening. 1,000 end of day? I mean, only 994 more to go, or 904 more to go. 894? 894 more to go. Yep. We have a moment of silence for Moonwind. Did he sell covered calls again? You don't like fish and chips? I like it when it's made with halibut. Favorite raw fish in order? Ooh, bluefin tuna, yellowtail, salmon, eel. I guess eel's cooked. You put eel on my cooked fish list. Oh, lionfish is really good. I had that not too long ago. I was surprised how good lionfish sashimi was. What do you think that no sayers think is happening to Jimmy when it rips 10% randomly out of nowhere? They don't care. Like, they don't understand it. They think they've done it with. They're probably like sitting back and going, DRS did this. This is why the stock is running, because I registered my shares. Thanks, Ryan Cohen. I've had sea bass. Grouper, sea bass, mahi. I don't know if I've ever had grouper. Do you have any experience with carbon steel pans? Yes. I don't mind salmon cooked, but I don't like sockeye salmon, and I hate farmed salmon. And that's like, those are the easiest ones to get. I like wild caught, like Alaskan king salmon, and if I can't get that, I really don't want to eat salmon at all. I'm not partial to really eating any fish that come out of the Gulf right now. Likely we'll see resistance for BBBY at 22. 2350 is gamma max on it right now, I think. Does avocado oil work well with carbon steel pans? It's a bit stinky. I mean, sure, but it's a bit stinky. Is there anything you're not uber pretentious about? Probably not. Maybe you're too picky of an eater to be on a zombie apocalypse team. Probably. Do fish have feelings? I don't know. Worked for a company that made the machine to put pink dye into farm-raised salmon to make them look pink on the inside. The weirdest fish I ever ate was dolphin. That's not really a fish. It's uh, it's a mammal. Like sea steak. Even pretentious about not being pretentious. To be fair, the guy calling me pretentious eats canned mushrooms on Philly cheesesteaks. So it's really, almost the perfect foil. Some people call it mahi mahi dolphin. I've never heard of that. I've heard it called a dorado before. I thought manatees were sea steak. I've had swordfish. It's okay. So wild caught salmon, you shill. You know who likes to catch salmon? Bears. Now we got you. Oh no. Look how happy everyone is in our moment of elation. Enjoy it. Remember this feeling of bullishness. Do you prefer being called pretentious or precious? As long as you call me. There's a happy medium between the two of us. We're the spectrum, Girk. Bar or just a pennant? I mean, we broke higher, so just a bear flag, kind of a steep downside, but if we zoom in on it, it looks good. Could be a double top though. This didn't break high enough. The problem with being better than everyone else is that people tend to assume you're pretentious. Interesting. I like this theory toolbox. Hold on. Tell me more. Docu broke 100. I know. All of my stock picks are the best picks. For all of you that are now rich, congratulations. Also, how dope is this scanner? This was the buy. Actually, okay, I'll be honest. This was the buy signal. But still, dope. It's getting better. Soon it will tell me where all the money is hidden. Like a treasure map. And then I too can be a pirate. All I'll need is my eye patch and my duck. I had to step away for a few. Have you talked about this price action? And it is in line with the rebalance theory or something else? I mean, yes, it's in line with the rebalancing. Rebalancing and futures. Today, more probably futures than the rebalancing that occurs over the whole course of the week. Want me to really send you some of the bluefin I catch this year? I don't know what to do with it. That's the problem. I don't have like a deep freezer. Like, what am I going to do with an entire fucking bluefin tuna? The bullishness is all that's sustained me since then. Jesus Christ. Why does my WeBull always show the quote to be 2 cents more than yours does? This has so I pay for NBBO order data. So it's slightly better data, so it's going to be a little bit of a difference between like our candles and our displayed price. Musk, Bezos, Gates, Buffett, Zuck, and Cohen. Who do you think would win? I don't really know if Cohen is one of the world's most prominent billionaires. He's like a single digit billionaire. Have you seen enough to conclude that OPEX has moved out to MJSD schedule? Or could this be something else? Do you think this continues tomorrow or no way to tell right now? There's no way to tell if it continues into tomorrow. No, I haven't seen sufficient evidence of it being MJSD because we haven't seen like large volume spikes of buying yet. Like we're seeing some buying, but it's very like slow and stair-stepped, right? Like there's no volatility behind it. No violent upside, if you will. So while it's good that we're going up, you know, we're up almost for like $30 in the last week. There's a little more that I'm looking for. Also, XRT not off reg show yet, so That's the other thing we're looking for to determine, like, this is probably over. Would now be a good time to sell a GME covered call? What do you think? The problem with being faster than light is you always live in the shadows. Oh my fucking god. I need that as like a framed picture. I used to think Girk was pretentious, but actually he's just right. Thanks. How does one get in on said stock picks? I mean, besides me actively talking about them in the stream for like the entire time I own them, Dillionaires, I put up the pickles picks every Sunday. What about wheat? What about wheat? It's still there. It's doing less fun today. It did some spikies in after hours. Still a long play, like quite long. Oop. It's so fun having to scroll up to look at GME's price. I'm not gonna lie. This looks bullish as fuck. Wait, put call parodies at 110 is in the wrong spot. There we go. Yeah, all right, 110.01. Is this the same scanner that picked sends? It's slightly improved, but yes. So the problem with the sends trigger was it fired like right before sends dropped. So like this is where the scanner fired. And I mean, I just bought, like, I told everybody that it was likely not to play out. Then it dropped, right? And then it traded and then it went up, but it just never went up as high again, right? So it was just like a shit breakout. And then I don't know what happened after that because I sold like somewhere in here. This time for Docu, it fired right before the drop. Well, like right before it was already in a drop, but it fired right before the next drop. And then I waited before entering. So it found a bottom at like 73 and then it started to come up and I bought at 75 and then it's just shot up ever since. It's a little more than T+2, but I'm building a scanner with a buddy of mine. Essentially what it looks for is it looks for spikes in near the money put interest and spikes in delta sensitivity. Like call delta. And so essentially what it's looking for is it's looking for a short in response to a spike in positive delta pressure. And the reason why I wanted to like try to build a scanner off this is because this is kind of what happened to GameStop since November, right? Is, you know, every time our delta sensitivity spiked, they shorted the stock, which means they're kind of running away from the potential upside, right? And then, you know, when it shorted again, they dropped it more, and then it spiked again and they dropped it more. And so it's looking for this, and it's looking for a repeated cycle of this. And then, you know, when it finds a bottom, the return is quite stupendous. They're relevant. These are still historic support and resistance lines. So when does the ETF rebalance finish? Thursday. It should be done by Thursday. Yes, they can just reshort as long as they've covered their obligations and haven't failed. Hard to say. Are we done running? I don't think so. How long do you think it might be before we see that VUP? Just wondering when my call should expire. Where are your calls now? Anybody do needle? Tesla dead now, right? I think you switched the GME and Tesla charts. No, Tesla looks good. I told you it looked good after this bounce. It looks like it's still climbing. Probably some resistance at 950, right? It's just psychological. Sweet. So here's the funny part to me. Bob is up 13% and is all over MSM about its buybacks. GME almost up 14%. No news, no alerts, no articles. Yeah. But, you know, Charlie Munger didn't buy GameStop. My $30 BBBY call is up. Should I buy more long dated, higher strike call since the stock is down? You could if you want to. Put call parity. It's the price point at which call hedging outweighs put hedging. Or well, the call volume, I should say, outweighs put volume. So if we break here, then far more calls are being hedged than puts. Damn, we stopped right at 109. Yeah, the hedge turning positive is pretty bad news. I mean, the hedge is already positive, right? But then it starts, after it crosses the parity line, it starts to gain momentum. So you have like delta neutral, right? And then you have gamma neutral. And I believe delta sensitivity right here, where so the sensitivity in delta starts to pick up. So now we move like, so this is like we cross to a positive hedge, The hedge gets stronger. Like now it has intrinsic value backing it. Then we have like more momentum here, right? And then the cross of put call is like where it really starts to pick up steam and velocity. $110 safe? You're an idiot. Fidelity borrow rate's been at 2% since this morning. I need money for a house. Do you want to sell your shares at 110? Just don't buy a house. Fucking noob. They're a shitty investment. Yeah, all the house people, I know, but they don't beat the market. About 316 million results on cheesecake recipes. What's your best? I don't really like cheesecake that much. It's okay. No, houses aren't amazing investments. They're okay investments. Thanks for the stream, edutainment. Fun time this morning. Here's hoping we break 110. Thanks, GME110. I appreciate that, man. Not everything is an investment, Pickle Man. Then why buy it? Mortgage cheaper than rent? Relatively. You have maintenance costs. I just listed my house for 400% of what I paid for it 6 years ago. Well, let me know if you get a buyer. But irrelevant. If you bought GameStop in December of 2020, it would have made, with the same amount of money, it would have made 8 times that. Shit, if you bought The Spy in March of 2020. I'm just saying that, like, houses are fine. They're just not, they're not the best investment. My asset backed debt is loving this inflation, baby. Whatever. Use margin. I haven't done this in a while, but thanks for making the stack go up. Thanks, Kaiser. Delta sensitivity spikes happen from near the money options because those have the highest gamma, so they move the total delta the most on price change, correct? Yes. The secret lab chair currently is hard like a fucking rock. It's not uncomfortable, but it's very hard. I think it's supposed to soften up over time. Like this isn't even an argument. investment capital, like investment gains can always be real estate. There's other benefits to owning real estate that you don't get with investing, but like good investments will always beat the housing market. I put like a down payment of a house into cat in September. It has made me several houses worth of value. People who live in Manhattan don't appreciate owning land. I don't really care about it, I'll be honest. I'm not posing with you with a chair for a picture. What do you work for fucking Secret Lab now? Do you miss your Staples chair? No. You can't ask your family to live in cat shares. I don't care where they live, frankly. It's not my fucking problem. Yeah, the more we go up, the more hedging there is the next day. No, the next 2 days. I'm not yelling. Should price action be pretty much done after this week? Yeah, unless something happens with BBBY. Purple seat cushion. I know what those are. I think I have one somewhere, actually. Yeah, it's all gonna crash soon anyway. Mortgage rates are going up. Variable interest rates are gonna shoot up. Um, Fucking people are gonna default. It's like 2008 all over again. I sure as shit wouldn't buy a fucking house at the top of the housing market. Extra resistance for Docu? Uh, like 103? 106? This is a fairly strong one where it's at right now, but yeah, I guess 105 and 110. It's got quite a lot of range on it. I mean, even if it just made it back up to the level it was at before it had its like shitty earnings, it would be at 150. So it doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon. There might be some consolidation through here, but I feel like I bought far enough out that I'm not too worried about it. Fuck yeah, Baba. Should I take profit? Ew. What? If you're not at your cost basis, how's that taking profit? If you were up 120% on your GME June 150s, I'm up almost like a little, well, pretty close to that on my 140s. Do you roll soon or hold for 2 to 300%? I'm holding a little longer, but if it slips a little, I'll probably set a stop for the out of the monies. My in the money ones I'm not gonna sell, but yeah, my out of the money ones I'll probably be a little less tight-fisted with. Ornate Pigeon 366. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club afterwards. How much does Ivy usually change during OPEX runs? About 40%. What's your opinion of Roblox as a long-term investment? I don't like the business or its practices, and I think it'll wane in popularity like every other video game.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pitbull fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a
Martin
cult.
Shkreli has
Not a cult.
Shkreli has looked at GME and he has said that the only thing that matters is the borrow rate. He believes the number of shorted stocks is overestimated on Reddit. The borrow rate's important, but it's not the only thing that matters. Is DRS affecting borrow rate? Not significantly. It doesn't mean that the pool of lendable shares is smaller, which can cause the borrow rate to move faster, but the borrow rate's not really spiking very quickly. You know, our DRS numbers are still very low, right? If you look at DDS, when shares are borrowed, they'll borrow like 30,000 shares intraday, and the borrow rate will spike like 30% from like 1%. So it's a big difference in like we have some shares registered, but it's not a lot. If we had more, then it would have more of an effect. People don't sell their homes when they're locked in a 30-year fixed at 3%. You'll see. Yeah, everyone says the prices will never tank, and then they do. Cool Beeman. Put their pick on. Just became a billionaire. I made more money off. Oh shit. Okay, give me 1 second, because these are like kind of double stacked. I just became a billionaire. I made more money off the 429 100 call I bought this morning than I'll make it work today. I feel like you're financially inside me. Is it pleasurable? Ken Grifter, I want to thank you and the Quants for providing us with life-changing financial education. Buy yourself a big can of tuna and some American cheese-like products on me. Thanks, Ken Grifter. What time is it? 11:30. So, little slump. I'm gonna update Reddit. Do you think GB price peaks on Thursday if ETF share creation resumes on Thursday? Maybe. Maybe it keeps going up. I don't fucking know if it's gonna peak there. It could, but there's still dividends that are being paid out and possible covering from that as well. Wombo Combo, thanks for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added. Thanks for the support, dude. If OPEX got moved, then when's the next OPEX run? July? Or June. Sorry, June. Are you ignoring me? Your favorite Dan? I'm not Dr. Dan, mad scientist. You wouldn't know if DRS does or doesn't affect the borrow rate. Yes, I would. Fuck are you talking about? I just said it affects the borrow rate. Not a lot, but it affects it. I said it makes there's less shares available to borrow, but it doesn't affect it significantly. Why? Because they don't borrow that many shares. When should ETFs will be done buying back on Thursday? You keep asking me that, Farmer Jed. I told you, I have no idea, man. It can keep running. There's other shit after Thursday. If you don't know when to exit your options position, that's on you. I've told you what the potential for the run is. You know where the resistances are. I can't help you much more than that, man. Zero hedge tweet 20 minutes ago. GME squeezing. You. Borrow rates going down doesn't affect the run. We've run on 1% borrow rates before. If OPEX is moved, then yeah, the furthest it would appear that the furthest they can push it out is next June. If we see a repeat of this of this previous quarter. Jesus Christ, man. Why do people keep spamming the fucking chat with the same shit over and over again? Just because I'm behind doesn't mean you have to keep repeating yourself. DRS versus borrow rate should only make a difference if shares from cash accounts are being secretly lent out. If brokers follow rules, then DRS shouldn't affect borrow rate, correct? Technically, yes. Unless they were DRS'd from a margin account. Sold PMCC on my $85 April call for 130 before the dip. Feels good, man. Nice, dude. Is this what you expected for OPEX volume if it was moved? I mean, we've had pretty decent volume, so I don't want to say we've seen the extent of it, but we have seen decent volume over the last few days. I closed out my April calls down to $1,300. Did I win? I feel like no. I've been watching you for about 4,236 hours now. I want to thank you for what you're doing. My kids are sick of watching your reruns, as I call them. I have a 24/7 playlist configured. Well, thank you so much, VC. I appreciate the support. DRS should only affect borrow rate if the number of shares to be borrowed is more than the shares available in the float. Almost 200% sure that Superstock has 15,000 real individuals, only 2K check it, and 13K are shills. Seems like a lot of shills to hire. I would say that like maybe 5 or 10 are shills. The 600,000 are bots, and then the rest are probably shareholders, and most of those are probably busy with a life. Flipped about 1.5K of GME profits from that run into BBBY August calls. Nice, dude. I'm glad you made some money for a change, popcorn trader. Look at you go. DRS is working, then why are my parents dead? When's the next SLD period? I I I think so. I was reading more into it last night, and I still think that it's they've changed the deposit and settlement, so it may not have as much of like an immediate impact on the market as it had last year. But I still think that we're going to see more of the impact further into the cycle, so like nearer to the end of the month. Bar on BBBY 30-minute. Sure, yeah, a little bit. Eh. I would say the recovery is kind of sloppy, but you do have a longer term trend here. And that carries all the way down, really, to the bottom. Ooh. Our second shoulder. If we break out, this kind of looks bullish, and if we break out here, that's really significant. So buy pressure on the second shoulder of a head and shoulders is generally weak, and the bid is generally gappy. And so this is the perfect opportunity for shorts or people who want to sell to get out, right? It's like the local high, and the bid side of the order book is gappy. So if you want to short a stock, like this is one of the better times to do it. And so, you know, head and shoulders on the intraday have about it's like an 83% success rate. So they correct to the downside 83% of the time. But if they break to the upside, it's a really strong indicator of bullish momentum, because it means that even here, buy pressure has outweighed short pressure to a significant enough degree that it's kind of beating the odds, right? I mean, GameStop is running right now and having like a pretty big one of the biggest days it's had in a while. And there are 18,000 people on SS. So it gives you a fairly good idea of 18,000 online. So it should give you a fairly good idea of the number of users. If you guys could hit the like, big help. And this does actually look like it's going to break up. And 2,000 of those people are probably here. How significant is significant? It's pretty important. If you break a head and shoulders on a trend like this, it's a big deal. I didn't say that. So no, the second shoulder is bearish, but if you break to the upside on the second shoulder, it's extremely bullish. The 83% of the time, the second shoulder will correct to the downside or retrace downward, whatever method you want to use. Please explain how you knew a bearish head and shoulders would break upward. What gave it away? I'm not going to tell you, Stefan. Some secrets are mine. A confirmed breakout is here at 108.60. It could even be a little lower. Could say 108.55. SMA 50 sitting at 109.50. We should run if break through this, correct? No, because the SMA doesn't make us run, right? I mean, you might get some algo buying that's buying on moving averages, but I think far more significant is a break of 110 and pushing through that put call parity. Come on, bro. Cat going straight down. Oof. Rough. I hope that stopped out. Well, some of it did. What the fuck? Alright, whatever, I'll just hold that. That's weird. I canceled one of my stop limit orders. Did it gap down? Fucking really? Weird. If it goes bounce at the second shoulder, come down and retest that shoulder line and breaks up, it's a good confirmation you've broken a head and shoulders to the upside. I mean, this broke to the upside. But no, that's not the reason. Keep your secrets. Hey, Pi-Fi, I'm a little grimy goblin. I carry a little sword. I guard a dark dungeon. That's still some of my favorite shit I've ever read on the internet. How come it's a head and shoulders? I mean, if you go out here, it's a head and shoulders. Because you have the shoulders there. If it was a double top, it would just be up and then top. This does play into the reasoning though. Under the current thesis, would today's buying be placed in dark pool orders this morning, or do they have more time to settle obligations? They have more time. They have till tomorrow to place orders in dark pools, and they have till Thursday to settle obligations from the rebalance. They wouldn't have canceled your stop limit if you had DRS those call options. I might not have set it as good to close, so it may be my own fault. I placed the stops yesterday, so I might have just forgotten to reset the other contracts this morning. Joe Valente, dude, what's up, man? Hey, man, thanks again for always doing this. Saw some Africola at the store in Germany and thought of you and snapped a pic. Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's some of the best soda I've ever fucking had. Hey, Huang, Huang, Huang. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. If I fucked up your name, I'm sorry. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Cavano MCK, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Both of you guys, yeah, hit me up. Or if you want, you can check the pinned announcements in the announcements channel, and the instructions for linking your YouTube to your Discord account are in there. As a matter of fact, if you guys are billionaires, don't forget that, you know, the Discord is available to all of you. Make sure you check that out. It's pretty cool. Even if you are just billionairing to support the channel. Oh, sorry, Wilford. I didn't realize that I'd missed your membership. Thank you so much, man. Robert Dole, thank you so much. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'll do another song too. Hold on. I'll just do the full billionaire song because there's so many of you at once. Do we have another? Ooh, I can do a different song. Hold on. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Maybe if you knock Stefan over the head. That doesn't work. Spy failing resistance. Trina just bought 25 more at 105.35. I have a feeling. Nice. Thank you, Trina. Cat dead? No.
Just when you least expect it, surprise 100x gain just on your initial investment. What you gonna do? Take your profits and walk? I said, fuck no, man. I'm gonna use that leverage to cock it, lock it, double down and profit. Show my gains to Gert like a first place ribbon on a science fair project that he didn't help me with. Cause
do not play chicken on a raft. Us pours down in Cornishaw never get any love. I mean, yeah, right? That makes sense. Trash stands, nutsack, windmill, corn trader, moon, Danwork, Renzer, Long Boy, Optimist, PHL, Black Dilla, Snow Case. You guys, like Long Johnsons and Cornishons, can link their YouTube account too if you want to badge. All these songs are available, I believe, on the music channel. Fluffy has the link for the, I think, the Discord where the songs are. This one's Dan for Hire. My boss called me. He thinks he knows why I didn't come in today. He's right. Totally not sick. Certified toe tapper. GameStop NFT needed? For what? Do you know if the original Billionaire song is on the music channel? I don't know if it is. The one by Damcan? This one?
Hey dude, welcome
Daniel, not a Dan. It's the intelligent investor and securities analysis. Just play me a song. I'm not giving you any money. Maybe Return of the Mac. You know what, Turd? Even Gaff gives me money. Gaff's already giving me more money than his GameStop investment. My girlfriend is graduating today. Do you have any advice on how to survive out there? What? Multi-blues? I made about 800 today after tax, 100% to the X. So I'm down $25 on the Billionaire re-up. Graduating college, right? I didn't want to dig too much. Is that top EMA line supporting us right now? Yeah. Learning to invest is literally the best advice for how to survive out there. If provided you make enough money to save some. That's not the case for everybody. You said you grew up in the UK for a short time. Whereabouts did you live? I lived in Sussex and Westminster in London, like Westminster Abbey area. They weren't so posh back then. And like the place I stayed in Sussex wasn't like ours. It was like with a family friend, and then in London we just had like a small flat, and it wasn't very expensive. It had damp. We had the damp inspector was there frequently. That's a thing. No, I don't know Kate Middleton. Pretty ironic that a sus YouTuber lived in Sussex. XRT covering starts today, 95-ish for the price target. I don't know. I have 80s and 85s, so as long as it just goes up, I'm happy. Seems to be kind of lackluster right now, but there's more to cover, so see how it plays out. Where's the reading list? You could, it's on the R Pickle Financial if you want to check that out. I think in the wiki. Glad I took profit on my April 100C after being crushed on Feb and March calls. Nice, dude. Why do you think it is up so much in the last 5 days? I feel like I've written a lot of DD on this, G. Specifically the last 5 days, the last week we had, earnings, and then we had the quarterly options expiration for GME. We had monthly options expirations on ETFs. We have the S&P rebalance. We had the futures expiration last Friday. All of those have an effect on GameStop's price action. Motion to change Pickle's name to Duke of Cucumber. Do I have a second? Okay, that's not how this works. Do you have a reading list for those of us who cannot read? Yes. Fluffy, can you add a link for Hooked on Phonics, the like series 1 through 5? How do I upgrade my membership? I only see the option to cancel. I'm not sure. Maybe through the link in the description? With ADTs and A3s, I'm pretty much literally inside your XRT calls. Cool, Dilly. I timed the dip on my BBY entry pretty well, Pops. Congratulations. Do you have a coupon code for Hooked on Phonics? I don't. You can cancel and resub. Oh, maybe. Upgrading needs to be done through a desktop. Oh, okay. I'm a Platinum Phonics member. Yeah, but I feel like you're not making use of their service. Amazon looking crazy. Well, at least I'm not going to get assigned this week. At all. So that's a plus. Does this right shoulder contain a head and shoulders within it? But the breakdown for that one is like right here. Have you ever purchased or worn FUBU? I had a FUBU hoodie when I was in 7th grade. What's the new SLD period? It's kind of the same. It's just more dragged out, and the effects of it will probably be felt later into the cycle. So I would say, like, we're more likely to see effects from it into the end of this week, next week. What's the catalyst for XRT? It's sold 1,000% short, and it's rebalancing. You cannot be afraid to take profits. Should never be afraid. Profits are good. I've been trading professionally my own capital for 3 years. For that, more like analysis things. I paper traded for a long time before I got into trading. What if I take profits and miss MOASS? Sorry. I mean, don't sell your shares, right? That's the point of trading options, is that you never have to touch your like long share position. I heard if you squint hard enough, you can see Gherk in the Beatles' Abbey Road album cover. Ubu, Freg's underestimating big ups. What's your best advice for somebody looking to start trading? Paper trade a lot and learn to win more than you lose. I feel like you have too many teeth to have lived in England. I do have all of my teeth. So maybe. Is that... I remember their dental care not being very good, but I would always go to the dentist when I came back to the States. Can I become an activist investor with $67 to my name? If options are designed to help you keep your core position safe, why does Moonwin exist? We'll never know. I'm still learning options. Do you have any advice for people who just buy and sell shares? I mean, that's what I did for a long time. So, I mean, it's not all trading is options trading. Like sometimes you just buy the stock. What advice are you looking for? Like what are you having difficulty with? Because I can't just give you general advice on it. It's usually a per like an individual case scenario kind of thing. I mean, the same thing applies. Make buy low, sell high, but set your risk. Risk is the most important thing to learn to manage. It's not about making money, it's about not losing it. The money, you'll make money no matter what. But you can't lose money. You think yield inversion will affect GME's stock price? I mean, the curves already started to invert. So, yeah, I would say it's affected the market significantly already. Is there any reason to hold XRT positions? I have some options over there. How does an ETF rebalance? It resets its asset pool. How does that impact shorted equities within the ETF? I mean, they have to bring their NAV back to neutral, so they can't have a negative balance going after the rebalance. So they have to buy if they're negative or sell if they're overly positive. Is GME negative beta a thing? Hasn't been since last January. I should say January 2021. God, been this for a long time. Yeah, no problem, John Smallberries. Also, if anyone ever tries to steal your options, you can hit them with it. Farmer Jed, dude, if I answer your question once, don't ask me the same question again 2 seconds later. Jesus Christ. When you're looking to buy a stock in a company, is there anything you look for on the chart? That's the part I struggle with the most. Like entries? I mean, it depends if you're going long or short. But you know, you're looking for generally a support and a reversal of price action. If you're playing the momentum, or you know, you're looking for a breakout. If you're trying to like scalp, you're looking for a run that's already in progress. I mean, there's lots of different ways to enter. You got to kind of practice each one and learn what to look for. Call me paper-handed, but I'm filled with anxiety right now. Just use your best judgment. Make a plan for your options contract, FUBAR, and stick to it. It's not hard. Once you have a plan for what you're going to do with that options contract, just stick to that plan, and then you know that should alleviate some of your anxiety. I know it won't relieve all of it. The other thing that helps significantly with that is just more time in the market, and that's something paper trading is good for. Is it gives you more time staring at charts. It nulls you to a lot of this. You should add me as a friend on Discord. You can DM me if you're in the server, Matthew. How's the new chair? It's okay. End of day price below or above 122? That'll really depend on if we break 110 or not. If we do, it's possible. Would you still consider this a head and shoulders with the shoulder drawn out? No, I would say we're forming like a bit of a wedge here. Probably like there, and we broke out, honestly. Like a pennant. Is that a pennant? I think it might be. Same low, right? Well, similar lows. Is the VIX beginner friendly? No. It swings, but it's not beginner friendly. It's literally a measure of volatility. So there's like not a lot of analysis you can do on it that isn't just like macro. It's mostly used for hedging purposes. Usually easy options companies are stable, low IV, consistent growth. You think MJSD is the new possible cycle, or too soon to confirm? Let's not call it that. Let's just say that quad witching is the new cycle, because I don't feel like dealing with the 9 million questions that arise around how MJSD and F-man work when it's not. That terminology, even though it works, is not applicable to OPEX. So MJSD is not, it's when the expirations are listed, like the order that those expirations are listed in, but it really has nothing to do with their expirations and the obligations due on their expirations. But yes, still too early to confirm. And I want to make that clear because I constantly get questions and people are like, oh, look at the options industry council's information on MJSD. And I'm like, well, that's not really what we're talking about. And so it's good to understand the difference between the two, I think. Jesus, I'm so far behind on chat. How will it affect Jimmy's price? Probably not much. I'm sorry to hear you had a concussion, dude. That sucks. I hope you feel better. The hard part about sticking to the plan, a lot of people's plans to hold their calls until we MOASS so they can have millions, and then we don't, and they lose it all. Well, that's a shitty plan, so don't let that be your plan. Who do you think wins and why? Probably Bill Gates. I'd say he's the one that most resembles a serial killer. We have to break 110 to reach 122. I mean, yes, but a breakout at 110 is really important. So we need volume, like a volume backed push through 110 to hit prices as that high. I want to chase right now. Tell me not to do it. Well, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I mean, if you don't think you should do it, then don't do it. If you think you should, then I mean, how are you feeling on a head and shoulder breakout? Apple is a good stock. Yeah. Do you take profits when contracts go green earlier than planned? Sometimes, yeah. What do you plan a re-entry after doing such a thing? Well, I definitely don't buy in higher unless, you know, like Cat, I guess, might be a good example of that. Where like I sold and then I bought back in on its consolidation at a low, like at resistance, and then let it run again. I kind of assess if I think it's going to continue up or not. I mean, what's the worst that happens? You don't enter and you miss out? Like, who cares? Jay Rowland is now stealing zero hedges DD. Well, he's got to get it from somewhere, right? Which billionaire do you hate the most? I really don't like Bill Gross. Mark Cuban's pretty high on my list. Those are two. I'm not a huge Elon Musk fan. Can we still see potential run-ups on the aforementioned May, August, November cycle like we did last November? Possibly, yeah. They carry out the necessary buying over several days. What level are you watching for a turnaround to the downside? I'm holding May 100 C up 300%. I'm just looking to not get burned again. I mean, we look bullish right now, but obviously that could change. You got to pay attention to these support levels, and don't. It can slip quick, especially because you're only at 100. You're not. It's not like you're super deep in the money. Once you're deeper in the money, you have a lot more flexibility with waiting to see how things play out. Well, chasing this run, Pirate Angel, if you're like somebody's trying to buy like weekly options, that would be a kind of chasing, right? We're already up fucking $30 from our low this week. The calls are less red. Is this winning? It's the beginning of maybe that. Can position sizing be an alternative to using a stop loss? I'm not a fan of it. I mean, you shouldn't buy into your whole position at once anyway, but sure. But then you're not really committing to a trade. You're more like entering and then scalping a run, and then I don't know. It's not my favorite way of entering trades. When you dislike someone, is it for life? Usually. It generally takes a lot for me to dislike somebody, and so if it gets to that point, options can go in the money. Yeah, believe it or not. I've I've I have some that are in the money right now. It's nice. Are you a fan of the Koch brothers? No. They run efficient businesses, but they're a piece of shit people. Is it better to make money or lose money? What stimulates you more, multi-blues? Koch brothers? Whatever. Is there anything Jenna Hill could do to get you to like him? Probably not. You said earlier that you want to avoid covering GME and BBBY simultaneously. I mean, I'm not covering BBBY, right? Like it's right there. I mean, we can see the price. Do you think there's significant exposure left to cover before Thursday? Reg show notwithstanding. I mean, if they don't cover the exposure on it, it goes on reg show, right? It doesn't look like they're covering the exposure on it right now. What do you think of Carl Icahn? He's an interesting guy. He likes to make money, so I respect that. He's done some good with his investments, but not with the intent to do good, I don't think. I think his goal is to make money. I think the doing good that may come from that is just a side effect, which is fine. I mean, he's very good at making money. That's a desirable skill. Oh. Here. Is that better? Oh. I mean, you can see it right here, too. This is BBBY shares. Trading prices right there. 22.85. But here, I'll move this guy so you can... The fuck is it? Would you rather have tea and crumpets with Jonah or Matt Kors? I might be like less likely to... Probably neither one. I've got Maze for BBBY in the in and near the money to capture any FOMO that may happen if and when it goes on reg show. August near the monies that I pick up when the price dips, and $80 leaps for fun when I can. That seems like a reasonable way to enter a position there. Why do you use WeBull to stream? The UI is simple, and I use WeBull to options trade anyway, so I already have it open. They have good order execution for options and decent pricing compared to other brokerages and pretty low fees. So I actually don't dislike Webull as an options trading platform. It's not my favorite platform for like large buy and hold positions, but it is probably my favorite platform for trading, one of my favorite platforms for trading options. And the rest of them are just awful to look at, and the charting like isn't as good. Like Webull has pretty decent charting. I mean, it's got benefits. It's just, you know, like a shitty PFOF broker, so you have to, you know, risk with the reward, I guess. Supposedly Fidelity was gonna overhaul fucking active trader, but they haven't. It's still just like all the other broker like trading platforms are like 1998, just 32-bit, 64-bit. Just ugh. Do you have a preferred paper trading brokerage? I think you've mentioned TradeStation. I have. TDA seems to be like everyone's favorite, and it's really easy to use. I mean, I never used it for paper trading, but a lot of people like it, and it has options paper trading, which some of them don't. If BBY goes on reg show, what are the possible things that can happen within the 13 days? Probably nothing, and then a lot after at the end of 13 days. What are your thoughts on Manhattan real estate market? I mean, it's kind of cheap right now, like compared to where it was before the pandemic. It's coming back up, but I don't know. I'm not really interested in buying any property in Manhattan anytime soon. If I have a few $1 billion, I'll buy properties. But other than that, I just feel like I can make more money elsewhere with the same capital. Going to Dominican Republic tomorrow. Oh, keep an eye out for any of Kenny's henchmen there. Report back. Thank you. Good to know if there's henchmen about. What's the exuberance line for today? I mean, we kind of crossed it this morning, but 110. For me, 110. I don't know about everyone else. TDA is TOS. Answer the question, Dad. Win Moon. One day at a time. It sounds like there will be an opportunity to get into BBY between the time we know it's on Reg Show and when FOMO catches on. Like I said before, if it goes on Reg Show, I'm going to at least double my position there. As long as we stay below 145 for the day, I'm happy as a clam. Past 110, then what? I mean, if we cross 110, we have some pretty serious momentum. Like, that's the put call flip, and then we have call volume outweighing put volume, so that means that the hedge starts to gain velocity to the upside. It's significant. It's the last kind of barrier to us going up. Last year, I sold some real estate and invested in Jimmy. That house has appreciated a lot, but my Jimmy is at quite a loss. I mean, you probably bought the house at a better time than you bought the GME. Like, if you bought in February last year, you'd be way the fuck up, right? If you bought in April of last year, not so great. 110 breakout equals 120 next stop. Actually, there isn't really another stop till we hit like 130-ish Moon. There's really not a lot of resistance from 110 to like 130. Isn't GME reg showed? Not since last year. January of last year was the last time it was on the threshold list. I closed out a 130 weekly at 385% gains. Thank you for the education, man. This is awesome. You got it, dude. I have 2K planned on buying a far dated near the money call. Kind of got priced out of Jan 150s. What's the best way to employ this capital without chasing, but still applying pressure to short hedge funds? Far dated near the money call. I mean, a 150 isn't near the money. But if you're priced out of 150s already, I mean, you can buy leaps and hope for price improvement, right? Like out of the money leaps and just hope for price improvement. Volatility is still pretty low on those. So through 110 with volume, check. It's picking up. I saw 2,000 and 3,500 shares order on the ask side for like 5 seconds. What mean? Just probably stop limits or conditional orders that got blown up. XRT is reg showed and doing nothing though, right? XRT is not equity. Equity has a limited float. ETFs do not. ETFs have an unlimited float. So when an equity goes on the reg show threshold list, the effect is significantly different than when an ETF is put on the reg show threshold list. And to short anything on the threshold list, you need a pre-borrow agreement. But on an ETF, because of its infinite float size, you can always get a pre-borrow agreement. On an equity, where a limited float is in place, you can't get a pre-borrow agreement. So it's very different. This is why they use ETFs, because ETFs have unlimited shares. They're infinite. But you know, in a situation like this where the ETFs are rebalancing and paying out their dividends, they're really not in a position where they can use those ETFs right now. And so that's why we see the borrow rate on GME spiking. That's why we see covering occurring as they try to get out of those ETF obligations so that they can start using them again. Guybrush or MOASS. Vesture. There was a young streamer named Gherkin who I watched when I should have been working. His cult I did follow on weeklies. I YOLO'd, so I now have a second job jerking. Thank you so much, Vesture. ETF, big crime, prove me wrong. Everything that they're doing on ETFs is allowed. Hey, Gurk, any word from Dr. Evans? No, but I haven't reached out yet. I was gonna do that tonight. I was a little distracted with what's going on here right now. But I I emailed my professor who used to work with him. So that step, but I haven't emailed him directly. Hold on, I'm gonna update Reddit real quick before I forget. What number do we receive? A sly wink, grin, and wink. Do you have any sense as to how much volume we expect in these? I'm really glad I bought 80s and 85s right now. I'm glad I bought more of them. Bazinga's algo generated news. Sorry, I know I'm missing a lot, but chat's going kind of wild. $2 more and my GME position is finally back to $30 in the money. I'm up 800% on a 110C that expires Friday. Should I hold? What do you think, man? I mean, you should be, you know, following price action, and, you know, you should have an exit strategy in place, right? This was what was expected from futures options. If the volume continues to climb, yes. Not FTDs. Obligations. Big, fat, sexy fucking obligations. God, I love this stock. Just give up. No MOASS. People are so fucking whiny. I hope everybody who's sitting on Superstock brooding over their DRS shares right now is missing out on this. I'm a big fat shill. Fuck you all. Where's Gaff? I mean, his 5 shares are up too. $150Cs are up 500% today. Yeah, it's almost like all the losses can be washed away with one hit. Are my March 18 calls gonna print? Did you roll them? So petty, distasteful. No, what they did was petty and distasteful. Secure stop limits and stop losses. Why just close it? You can just set a stop loss at like 10% and then just go to work. Maybe not stop limits, because if you're not actively managing, you can't pay attention to that. But a stop loss. I think people that couldn't roll, that sounded really petty. Good. What do you call banning me for the actions of other people? This is primarily what happens when people can't roll. They buy too much because greed, and put 100% of their free capital into the play. And then when, you know, if it doesn't start to pan out halfway through, they don't have any more money to add to move the position forward. Is this just a little pullback, or are we headed to 20? I don't know yet. I mean, it still looks pretty good. As one of the brigading mods, I'd call getting you banned for everyone else's actions mission accomplished. You're not even a goddamn moderator, trash. Was the whole SS push of selling out of eToro and buying in CS before this run a coincidence? I don't know. If all the DD is done and the DD done is right, the DD says don't sell, and selling and buying is exactly that. It's selling. So it's a bit of a no. I feel like the fault in the logic there is pretty obvious. Can you chart the flag? Sure. I would say sell pressure on this isn't significant. We didn't see volume peaking in this range, so it looks like it can turn around. I would say that this is not over yet. Is it 1269 yet? Maybe a little dip until 1269. There's nothing, if you closed your calls earlier today, there's nothing to feel bad about. It's, you took profit, you did a good job. There's always another one. Someone published an article about GameStop finally. It said that the float is 25.5% short currently. Nice. No, I don't post to SS. They banned me. That's what happened to me. I spent too much and I was able to play from November all the way until Friday, and I didn't have the capital to roll to anything worthwhile. Lesson learned, be conservative. Yeah, this is covering. This was a lot of volume. That was like a nice fat chunk of volume. We haven't seen something like that in a while. I mean, selling is generally considered not the way. Not that that stops anybody, but thank God, because I just bought a 114. Hold on. Not a huge fan of that. So there is some support here. We don't really have a level here, but there's a little bit. I don't know if that'll be sufficient to maintain the upwards momentum, but sense of urgency to do something with your investment is FUD. How will the financial press try to explain away the 20% price increase? They'll just say nothing. Do you think Jimmy will ever get to 500? I think that's very reasonable. Do you have an estimate on how many shares have come from ETFs? Well, the entire time the borrow rate remained low and we were still being shorted, all of that, all of that volume. I don't care, Tanksimus. So the decreasing sell volume coupled with bear flag makes you think more up. Yes. Also, don't forget that the hedge is entirely on our side now. The hedge is completely call favored. Linixis. Hey, Girk, do you know what's hard to borrow? These nuts. Are they? I feel like I could borrow them pretty easily. Also, you did. It's not like you called anything today. Did you? If so, where did you post it? Hmm. The last thing I read of yours was you were like, it's gonna run, and I'm not telling anybody when. Okay, so now if we push up further and volume picks back up again, we should run even harder. To whatever the next level is going to be. Look at that beautiful spread widening. Just I think I could say on a breakout of 120, not wrong, just early. I can use the bury clause. This is what green looks like. It feels nice, right? Is this DRS? No. We know you're from the future. Don't lie to us. I wish. Thanks, Segan. Do you think DRSers think they're causing this movement? Probably. So does this confirm a lot of the things that you'll put into an incredible DD later on? I feel like I've already written the DD for this. The question now is, and this is going to be what's hard to answer, is this OPEX? And it's simply been moved to a new cycle? Or is this the result of can kicking OPEX for an entire quarter. And I think the thing that will tell us the most is how much we go up. You know, if we go up into gamma max, right, and then kind of just cap out and the price falls really hard afterwards, then it's likely that, you know, the run we're seeing is just an effect of, you know, OPEX being moved. You know, if we smash through gamma max and keep going up into like the 220, 250, 300 range, then, you know, that tells us a lot more about the amount of obligations compounded, right? So we'll see. And I think in early Feb, you know, we saw some of that pressure get let off. So I'm very curious to see where this run ends and how much oomph it has. But we have the hedge on our side. We're starting to hit price improvement levels that would bring on FOMO, around 30 to 50%. Retail's more tapped out than it was at other times last year, but you know, we could still see gamma max climb fairly significantly. Borrow rate isn't in the double digits right now, is it? It hit 9% and then it dropped earlier today. It's at 5.8% right now. 6.24. Jesus Christ, chat's going wild. Acer. Well, this is weird. The purchase price and last price of my 325s seem to be in reverse order today. Interesting. Purchase price and last price. Okay. Might just be that your options data hasn't caught up. We hit 120. Will you finally give us the shirtless stream wearing a gold chain? I mean, I won't wear a gold chain, but I'll think about it. Maybe 150. Or it's a failed margin call. Well, Stefan, then we'd be going a lot higher than we'd be going a lot higher than 300, right? Do you expect BBBY on threshold this week? Trying to build a position. I have $20 CSP and 100 shares, but I want to dip into options. Is May far enough out to capture the movement? If it goes on threshold, yes. Yeah. May would be far enough out. August and like June would be better though. Gamma max is around 142. So once you exceed gamma max, the price kind of destabilizes, right? Because that's like the range of the hedge. Unless FOMO occurs, which brings gamma max up. So if you have gamma max and then, you know, the price goes past it, it's hard for the price to stabilize in this area. And so usually, you know, it'll kind of collapse back below, or two. If FOMO comes in, then gamma max can go up, right? And then price action can move up with it and then, you know, break out at a higher level. Also, like when people sell out of options, gamma max goes down, right? Like because there's nothing sustaining it anymore. So this is like kind of the reason you see our reversals on those weekly expiration dates when we've run really, really hard, because people sell their call contracts and then the price falls. DRS doesn't cause this. Jesus Christ, people are stupid. I love that. I love that thought process though. Like obligations building for 3 months, literally due today. Or DRS just because. I wonder which one it is. This backed by data, or why not? It's a good question. I mean, fuck. Why not? Violent upside potential. I don't know. About 60% of my June calls are in the money. We're picking up Matt Furlong today? I mean, I hope so. And it's not like data that's... I've been on wrong on OPEX once. One time. I was... And what... The level of wrong is questionable. We did run all the way into the date, but they also changed the rules on the date, but I'm not going to get into that. I was just wrong on OPEX once. I was right in August. I was right in November. Feb was arguably incorrect. But if they fucking moved it forward a month, I mean, it doesn't mean, I mean, fuck, it means the cycles aren't broken if we run past 130 today, right? It means that the cycles are still in place and there's still a shitload of money to be made on GameStop, but now we know they can move it forward a month. It's just more information about how they manipulate the stock than anything else. I don't think anybody understood any of my theory for the most part. I think the vast majority of people didn't get it even a little bit. But what are you going to do? It's not like it's simple to explain. Maybe both, not black and white, like your camera. Whether or not DRS is affecting the plumbing, it is a direct verifiable data point on how much engagement GME shareholders are giving. It's unheard of, these levels of engagement. What, ownership? I mean, I'm not saying it's like the amount of shares owned is bad. It's good.
And if we run super fucking hard, then that lockup will have an effect. I've never denied what it can do. My account is saved. Thanks for everything, Gherk. Much love. Continue to see a big leap down on high volume, or pressure snaps and we see a 50% move up. End of this week, early next week. If it is following the same compression pattern of Feb 21, then we will either continue to see a big leap up. Okay. I mean, we're going to have a lot of hedging from this, if nothing else. Our positive GEX was 1.7 million today. So Nave GEX. So for 1.7 million hedge for every dollar in price improvement. It's not super high, but it's decent. And it could be higher tomorrow, especially after we run today. Any option activity? Shitloads of weekly YOLOs. It could have an effect. What about the end of my rolls to maintain? Was just gonna let the Aprils run until expiry. Feeling good for sticking to the plan right now. Thanks. Oh, I'm glad you nailed it, man. We're using DRS as a wedge issue. Let it go. I think it promotes inaction and it promotes an acceptance of a lack of understanding of the stock. And how the stock market works. So I think it is anti-intellectualism at its strongest. It is a cultish push for people to do something with their shares in order to solve a prisoner's dilemma. And lastly, it costs the company a shitload of money. Other than that, I don't care. How does it cost the company a shitload of money? Well, I know this is complex, so let me try to break it down. You have a company that is not a nonprofit, is a publicly traded corporation that makes profits, and they make those profits from other publicly traded corporations and the individual investors who use them. So now I know this gets tricky. Do you think it's free? There's 125,000 accounts. ComputerShare charges account maintenance fees. They'll confirm that. They charge GameStop that amount. Even if it's $6 an account or $5 an account, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to sustain all the fucking idiots that have put one share in DRS. ComputerShare confirmed that they do, and I have a recorded conversation of them confirming it. What the fuck? Up 34K. Nice, dude. Not only do they charge fees, they charge a per account maintenance fees. Well, people saying that it has no negative effect, it does, right? Is that negative effect great enough? Maybe not. Like it doesn't help their bottom line, but does it really hurt it a lot? We don't know. Because we don't have the fee schedule for GameStop. So we don't know how much they're actually paying. We do know that computer shares sales are up 3,200% in the last quarter. So it's not like computer shares not making money from the push to DRS. CBD upgraded to Billionaire. Dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord if you need to get added to the country club. Or hit up the mods. They can give you the link.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
They have monthly and yearly fees. They have a shitload of fees. They charge for basically everything.
If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin to go back. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
But RC posted a toilet with a computer attached to it. Yeah, that's convincing. Does hedging have to occur today or tomorrow? T+2. Unlikely anything's gonna get exercised today, right? But if we continue to run into the end of the week and you start to see exercising, then yeah, towards the end of this week, beginning of next, we could see even more price improvement. Sure, but you could measure that a million different ways, Peter. Are we running because the cost to borrow rate is high? I mean, the cost to borrow rate dropped today already. It's down at like 6% now. I mean, we've never found a fee schedule that was a few cents per account. Not yet. But it's possible, yeah. All of the computer share fee schedules we found, including one from a 2015 lawsuit that was accusing them of charging predatory fees, have been fairly significant. But we do not have GameStops. So, you know, all we know is they charge something, whether it's $1 or $10 per account, it doesn't matter. It is significant because of the number of accounts. RY owned member for 7 months. Dude, thank you so much. And the reason GameStop is putting computer share into their earnings report is because a material amount of the float is owned and held closely. It is required that they report that as a liability to future investors. If they don't disclose information about 5% or more of the float being locked up, they could be in trouble. This is not only basic corporate accounting principles, it's materially relevant as per the SEC. The second we crossed 5% DRS of the free float, shares outstanding, it needed to be reported. So there's no hints, right? It's just accounting. It's not like, oh, hey guys, look, we're reporting it. No. Why would you believe that over just like it's an accounting practice? You know, if a corporation buys 5% of GameStop, they have to file a 13F. It's no different than that. Nah, crime only explanation. Your laws mean nothing. I know. My bad. All crime. Thanks for everything. Thanks, Samuel. Innate Kyra, 3 months of runic glory. Riku, congratulations, dude. Thank you so much. Wait, do I have? Ooh. FTD on the 1269 song. Can we get a 24-hour mute on Victor spamming the same Tesla message over and over again? Yeah. Tesla's still just testing 950 repeatedly. I don't know what he's worried about. He's not even trading it. That's what I don't get. I don't know if it's fucking dead or not. I'm not even looking at it, dude. If it breaks 950, no. If it fails the test, maybe. I sent my free chat after earnings last week, but you missed it. I think I saw it. Maybe. What would you say? I think the stream was over, but I saw it. No problem, Robin, your hood. Thanks, Edge Funi. So when you say OPEX obligations, you mean ETF obligations they didn't cover in Feb and are just covering now? Yes. I think what we actually saw was we saw the options obligations, because we saw the puts get closed on Feb 18th. I think we saw those get covered, but we didn't see the rest of the ETF basket get covered. What's this? Yeah, this is the fee schedule. This is the one. Thank you, Takov. I shared this in the Discord last night. This is from a lawsuit, I think a while back. But they charge administrative service fees, account maintenance fees, share issuance fees. They charge for shareholder communication, and they charge for the entire, like, the direct registration system. Register and issue, transfer DRS book shares. They charge for issue of DRS statements of holding. They charge for providing the ability to maintain a sales facility to transact those shares. They charge for process sales requests within the appropriate time frame. They charge to coordinate the issuance, payment, and reconcilement for any proceeds stemming from the use of the DRS sales facility. They coordinate the charge for the coordination of the mailing of advices to shareholders, and they charge for the accept and deposit of certified shares into a DRS position. They fucking charge for everything. Am I ready for an after hours run? What do you expect for after hours and tomorrow? I mean, with the amount of hedging that has to be done after today, I expect we can move quite a bit, Patrick Harlan. Anyway, I'm not going to ruin my fun day with DRS nonsense. I'm done with it for now. Jesus goddamn Christ, Victor. Does it look dead? I mean, just do you not know how to set where the previous resistance is? If it falls below 946, it doesn't look fucking great. If it stays above that, it can probably break out higher. So VWAP's down here at 109.57. So DRS Save Like Hotel Minibar, I mean, they charge for a lot of shit, and they provide an essential service. So even though their competitors have similar rates, you know, it's like car insurance. Like, they're all going to still charge basically the same amount. It's fucking Septimus. And they charge for managing proxy vote system and aggregation. They're the very service which half the apes were convinced 9 months ago fudged the GME shareholder numbers on the proxy. which I don't think is the case, but yeah. We're just consolidating. This is perfectly acceptable price movement. We hit 120. It's a resistance range, right? Like we even surpassed 120 a little bit. We're falling back here. We're consolidating. This looks bullish. You know, we didn't fall through the EMA yet, so as long as we can hold this EMA 30, we look good. What do you think about Tesla? I mean, I own some. I made a lot of money on Tesla once upon a time. Keep buying calls and selling them to harvest profits off the people holding. We're the people holding, asshat. Fucking stupid. The leaps are in the money, actually. Thanks for asking, Liz. They say bad shit about options all day. You don't see me saying anything. I say one bad thing about DRS and they're all fucking in here. Like, don't talk bad about my thing. I can't wait to R. Shilsa post about how computer share charging all this money is good for MOASS. I mean, I rolled, let's say, my rolls, which I was very vocal about, were on like January 26th, Feb 24th, March 10th, and then now that's what I have for now. Like these were Feb 18s, and you can go review the footage if you don't believe me. These were March 18s, and these were April 14s. So all of these, you know, they lost delta value, but they were still rolled well in advance of their expiration. Sploosh, thanks for the upgrade, dude. I appreciate it. Took over 100% profit, Sam. Letting the rest ride. You're the man, Gherk. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Plumber Poopy Hands. When would this consolidation look bad? A breakdown of this EMA, a breakdown of this resistance. This is right now bullish. It's you know, a falling wedge. It's likely to break to the upside, which it's sort of doing, but needs a little more push. Volume's kind of a little low right at the moment. How much money do you make today? I'm no longer carrying any losses on my GME position, so on my options position. If you don't confirm their bias, you're a show. Whatever. If SS had bought options instead of DRS, would be on the moon. When DRS meltdown sub. What do you mean by hedging tomorrow could drive price up, as shares that aren't appropriately hedged today are hedged in within T+2? Remember, lots of options going into the money right now, so lots of hedging needs to be done. That's not true. You rip on it all day. Someone needs to. Cat's looking to buy some puts now. Which stock do you prefer for the split, Amazon or Google? I think Amazon has a better chance of growth, but I'm getting both. If I had to pick one, I'd probably go with Amazon. Pre-split. April 14th, 120 call. How far would you take it? I'm happy today. Thanks. Just, you know, be careful, right? Like don't lose your profits, but don't lose out on their potential either. You know, like have a plan. Whatever your plan is, stick to it. That's the best you can do, honestly. You can follow with stop losses and limits into these resistance points, you know, and make sure that if the price starts to run back in the other direction, that you're prepared for that. You're holding some contracts into tomorrow, or are you playing it by ear? I mean, I have 80s and 85s, 90s, 95s, 100s, 110s, 115s, 120s, 130, and 140s. I wish I'd gotten some 150s, but I didn't. So everything in the money, I'm pretty comfortable with, like deep in the money. I'm pretty comfortable with. My out of the money ones, I'm, you know, playing by ear right now. As long as, you know, this continues to look bullish, I'm gonna stay in. If I start to see a breakdown, I'm gonna start exiting out of the money positions probably pretty quickly. I rolled them to June on March 10th. Everything I have is in June right now. I don't even have weeklies. I wish I did, but I don't. Post MOASS meditation, put their pickle jar. Thank you for everything, Girk and the team. Although we have significant confidence in the play, today was sweet evidence that we're still on the right path. The knowledge and rationality you've brought to the table will benefit many. I appreciate you all. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, dude. Popcorn Trader, odds are we close above 145. No reason. Oh, I know the reason, but I think you might be safe. How much time do we have left? It's 1:30 right now. I gotta update Reddit 1 second. Gamma Max is 142. Borrow rate's 6%. Price right now is 118.40. Still in the red with my higher average GME cost. Definitely no consideration into selling while red. Yeah, why would you take a loss? Your comment, you all wish you bought at 80. Here's your chance. Resonated with me and ended up being the reason I'm now back in the green. Congrats, dude. Hey, Gert, got beat up pretty good around Turkey Day, Xmas, and Referral OPEX. Had to get out of my options last week because I was away from civilization. Feeling like I missed the boat. Looking for an entry, but feel like it's a big chase at this point. Thoughts? I think we have room to the upside, but you're right. The risk is high. You know, if I was buying anything right now and I hadn't entered a position, I'd be looking far enough out that I could wait through another cycle. So I would be looking out beyond June. Maybe October. Are October's open yet? I think they are. Yeah, October or leaps. And I would be not looking far out of the money because remember, we have about $40 worth of range below this price that we could fall to. Congrats on your calls, Garrick. You're up almost half a mil. Must be nice. Sure. It'll dip again. Yeah, probably. I mean, we know that they have an entropy swap in place, right, Gaff? So like, this movement is hedged. So it's very likely that like this is not gonna be MOASS, right? Just because of the placement of that swap. I'm not saying it couldn't happen or like a squeeze couldn't be set off by this, but with that swap in place, it's hard to believe that, you know, this is hurting them too much. Retail interest making the stock move, sure. You think this could be like August where we ran at midday and then just ripped around 2:30? It's possible. Wouldn't this be hurting their counterparty? Why would someone take that deal? For someone who's short volatility, there's someone who's also long it, right? Are you gonna play BBBY like GME, or do you see them as separate plays for now? For now, separate. I'm still pretty heavily invested into BBBY, and I am building a bigger position there, but it's a slower entry. I'm giving it time. I'm waiting for things to play out. Thoughts on BBIG? I still think it's a piece of shit. I haven't. I'm sorry, the bags are getting heavy. What's your cost basis? Why does everyone keep getting suckered into that stock? It never holds its runs. Are there any news out here today that could be used for an excuse as an excuse for this run? I mean, they'll make something up. I think they're already saying that it's like retail FOMOing in. retail with all its higher cost of living due to inflation and no jobs is just driving the price action. Which BBY calls do you have right now? I have January 20, 40, 60 leaps, and then I have August 30, 40, 45. How low of a strike price do you usually write weekly CSPs? A specific delta you would look at, or based on Vega neutral? I usually don't base it on Vega neutral. It's very rare that we drop to Vega neutral. I usually base it off our like established low resistance for the week, and I make sure that I do it during. I sell the majority of them during periods where I expect us to trade mostly flat. But I'm also okay with getting assigned, right? Like I don't care about owning more GameStop. But yeah, if we're still in a downtrend, I don't sell them. I sell them when the downtrend reverses. And then I like try to sell as many as I feasibly can over the few weeks that we're in that like low, like that intra-cycle low. And I got assigned like a couple weeks ago, like 1,000 shares. When we dip that Friday. Retail got their tax returns. What price would it need to hit for a halt? Right now, it would have to go up $12 in the next 5 minutes. There's a rug pull incoming. PTSD looming over this great day from November. Yeah, I mean, pay attention. The rug pull in November was swift. You know, as we move closer to Gamma Max, be prepared to, you know, set stop losses or trailing stops or stop limits. You know, you should be monitoring your, if you have options contracts, you should be actively monitoring them right now. If you can't, then, you know, you need to set a limit and, you know, hope that it benefits you. I'm using the Discord. Can you please tell Popcorn Trader to prepare for his end of the bargain? Yeah, Popcorn Trader, you know, if you get the family size box, it's cheaper per ounce for the Fruit Loops. You may want to pre-soak them in milk so they're a little softer. Thoughts on why DDS not moving at all today? Not being covered, or the covering on it's done? What would be the play if you wanted to enter options today? Far dated, at the money, or in the money? Because it's a chase at this point. So if you're not giving yourself enough time for the stock to fall and bounce back, then you're taking a lot of risk. What price can we believe MOASS is happening? 4, 5, 1,000? If we crossed 1,000, yeah, it's happening. Someone this morning said they'd become a billionaire if we hit 120 today. I can't remember who it was. They need to pay up if they haven't. I think he did. I think he already became one. Thank you for all you do. My account is up 210% overall today. Do you think 150's in the cards? And what is Gamma Max? Gamma Max is at 142. We can climb beyond that price, right? Like Gamma Max does not mean that's the max price. We can move on volatility up beyond that a lot. But it's likely the price will fall back to or settle at. So, you know, our runs beyond Gamma Max have not been super significant in the past. Even in like last Feb, January, June, like Gamma Max rose with us as we ran up, but it didn't necessarily, like we didn't cross it for very long. So if we do cross Gamma Max, and Gamma Max moves on the intraday, so we don't know what it is right now. We just know it was 142 this morning. It could have moved up already. I'm sure it has. But once we cross that threshold, there's very little time before a turnaround to the downside. So, you know, if we cross at 150 and push up to 180, know that 180 is likely not very sustainable. I think you need to explain to some people how a halt works. You got to go up a lot very fast. But June and the money are ride or die. Screw your exercise risk management wisdom. Thanks, Carl. My broker uses trigger price and limit price. That's a stop limit. So the trigger is the stop, and the limit price is the price that you're placing the order at. That's a hard breakdown. So we got rejected pretty hard here. Let's see where we can recover. So some resistance here. Remember, we also haven't traded a lot in this range. This range from like 100 to 140. There's not actually a lot of historical support. Well, 136. So a lot of what we're doing in these price ranges is building those supports that we didn't have last year. I think I have a video clip on what a stop limit is and how to use it if you want to look for that. What price do you stop streaming? If I start to see like mass liquidation or forced liquidation occurring, I'll probably stop streaming at that point. What would your strategy be if your GME calls expired in April? I would look to exit profitably. Oh, I have calls, critical hits. 2350 CSP for Friday on BBBY, and the price keeps running for me. About to just buy shares. What's it up to right now? 2385. Interesting. What BBBY contracts do you currently own? I went over it about 10 minutes ago. I have January's and August between 20 and 80 or 20 and $60. At what price will you leave your shift at BlackRock? Yeah, looks like we found a little support there. You think we continue to run the rest of the week? I think there's more obligations to play out for that need to play out for the rest of the week, so it's possible. You could change the hours the stock market is open to better suit your preferences, would you? Yes. I hate waking up early. Still no sign of in the money puts. Not yet. Do you think BBY will sort of turn into AMC last year, where during a quarterly OPEC cycle, it hits like 60 to 80? I think BBBY is more likely to turn out like GameStop last year than AMC. AMC didn't run because of OPEX, it ran because the shorts flipped to long positions. That sound you just heard was everybody on the West Coast rolling their eyes at you waking up early. I mean, I still wake up at like 7, so it's not that far off. Some days. Some days I oversleep, but usually I'm up at around 7. Is ETF shorting an option for them this week? No. And that's, I mean, well, it wasn't, right? And that's why we saw the borrow rate going up, because they needed to borrow real shares. They want to avoid that as much as possible, obviously. You stream end of day during mass? Probably not. Gen 6080 calls for BBY are over 22,000 now. This looks insane. There's a lot of them. Are you on Top Chat? I don't know. I don't think so. I think I'm on live. But if YouTube's filtering your comment, I won't see it on either one. Do you think you're getting enough sleep? Probably not. Properly trade in California, it'd have to be up at 4 a.m. I used to live in California. It's not like I don't understand this. Expect XRT to be off threshold next week. It should. It should be moved off, yeah. A lot of talk about 132 being a significant level. I mean, it is. It's the peak of our last run up. 132.77. Some very support. Does this run up validate your theory on them swapping XRT obligations with another ETF? Right now it just looks like an OPEX run. which would just mean that our OPEX cycle is now distorted and moved to a different quarterly expiration. If we continue to run, and if we continue to run a lot, then it's possible that it's that they actually kicked the can on the cycle by a month in order to, well, essentially to juke out options. And I'll get into that. I'll explain it as we see. I mean, this is like the data we're waiting for, essentially, right? And as we see this play out, we'll have a better idea of what we're looking at for the rest of this year. Even if RC exercises the current options he owns, he wouldn't have 10% ownership. If he buys more, he would. And he doesn't need to buy a lot. He only needs to buy 0.3% of the float. Pros and cons of doing this was just selling the options that I own. You're limiting your potential profits. I'm missing the VWAP. What's WVAP? You mean VWAP? The jar of? It's right there. VWAP's at 111.45. XRT is on threshold. It has been since December 17th of 2021. It does feel good. Yeah, I mean, this is what we were waiting for, and it happened, so this is great. Thank you so much for everything, Greg. Feels wonderful to have known you were always right. You were right. Vindication is sweet as fuck. If we continue up and hold into close, how bullish is that for the rest of the week? If we continue up into close, it's pretty bullish, for at least for tomorrow. One day at a time. 150 safe. I'm not talking to you. Just 10% back on my November to April 510, down 2,500. Would I be considered a Dan? What price did your colleagues at BlackRock tell you the price will run to this week? Oh, Jesus. How does this impact BBBY? And it could put more pressure on the same baskets, right? BBBY is running up a bit today, too, just not as much. I have my only weekly option listed. I can no longer modify or cancel it. My broker says it's a problem with a route, but will not tell me which route it is. You heard of this before? Problem with the routing of the option? No. I only modify or cancel it. So you placed a sale for your option, but you can't cancel it? That's because it's filled already. It can still show up in your brokerage account for a little while before it clears out, but that's more of like a software side issue. If that's what, if you've already sold it and you can't modify it anymore, it's because it's been sold. Any thoughts on how they could push OPEX out a month if that's what happened? Well, we'll know if that's what happened if we continue to run, right? We're up fucking almost $40 now, so this is usually about what our runs are. So if this is the peak, then, and this is just an OPEX cycle, it's more likely that we've just shifted quarters, right? If we continue to run and they've compounded the interest an additional month beyond the standard cycle, then I mean, well, first of all, that tells us they're capable of doing that. Second of all, it tells us that we're going to go up quite a lot. I can't get it through. Just DM'd you in Discord. There's what I'm trying to ask. If I've modified it like 10 ways, with the big property developer finally done trading, how do you feel about calls on the ETF that rhymes with bang but starts with a Y? The price tanked last week. Why the fuck is that not showing up? Is that the bull? That's the bull ETF? Wait, no. That's the bear ETF. It might not be terrible. I don't love it, but I don't know. It's kind of unpredictable. But I wouldn't be super interested in trying to play the recovery there, just because like the government there can just bail it out. Yeah, it's the 3x bear one. Like I don't know. I'm not really interested in it. I don't think the effect is that great. I think it's blown out of proportion in the news. Did you see YOLO on Wall Street Bets? The guy who bought 18K of 265 weeklies yesterday, he may know something we don't. I mean, he's up. Right? I wouldn't accuse Wall Street Bets generally of knowing something other people don't. It's more like they just YOLO into shit and hope it turns out right. Can I quit my job now? Shit, we're about to halt. 30% change in the value of a security whose price is greater or equal to $1 per share. That's within a 5-minute time frame. Pushing for a halt. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a. Huh. That doesn't sound like one of the Luddle halts. I know there's market-wide halts at 30%, but I don't think there's a intraday halt at 30%. Not over this period of time. When was the last time we had over 10 million volume? Heading there today. It's been a while. January 7th. 12, I believe. Why do I know that? My brain is just full of fucking useless facts about GameStop. Sorry I missed your Ko-Fi, man. I'll check it now. After speaking to a financial advisor, we decided that my best move forward would be to DRS all of my weeklies. It was completed this morning, just before our run today. Factor this into your theory, please. I think we're running because I decided to DRS all of my weeklies. I'm not sure who your financial advisor is, but you've maybe been robbed. What do you think actually happened during the Jan 6 after hour surge from 130 to 180? I think they exercised a bunch of puts to mark a bunch of FTDs long in XRT. And then XRT was thresholded the next day. Our financial advisor is a gentleman named Ja Rule. Ever heard of him? Do you have any dates you're looking forward to with GME? The next part of the cycle? Next part of the cycle is like a quarter away from now. We're looking for the next few days, and then if something triggers on BBBY, maybe early mid-April. T2N2 set out push notifications. GME soaring over 26%. One of the first ones I've seen from them regarding GameStop. Interesting. Even though they'll have to hedge against this gain, it's still very possible they rug pull us, right? Yes. Hedging doesn't necessarily mean more ups tomorrow. Doesn't mean more down. It's quite a lot of hedging. This is a big move. This is hard to just smash down all at once. This is a lot stronger. We're up 30% almost right now. So that's a lot of fucking hedging. $25 increase at $1.7 million hedge per dollar increase. So it's 1.7 times 25. $42 million hedge. Is that right? $425 million hedge? No. Hold on. Let me check this again. I just want to make sure I have my numbers right. What is this? Okay. Nave Gex 1.7 with an 11.65 call skew. So it's a 4 million share hedge. No. Yes. Right now? Oh, that crazy retail. Yeah. You high? I don't think so. I'm 95% on 130C leaps I bought last week. Now what? Take profits when you feel comfortable doing so? We're kind of just in like a big fat fucking ascending wedge again, right? Like it looks like we're just moving into another breakout. How's the new chair treating you? It's super hard and oddly really, really wide. I don't know. It's not my favorite chair ever. Isn't that a bear flag? No. It's an ascending triangle. It's a continuation pattern. It looks shitty there, but it probably looks a lot better here. We're on the 15. This is more of a bear flag. But you know, it's also just broken into an uptrend. Like it hasn't failed, so it's just gonna continue up. Just like a downtrend will continue until it breaks to the downside, right? But I would say that this looks bullish for another push, and we are pushing. Let's fucking go. I'm not sure I want to wander back to super stock today. Likely we all calls on bed posts and margin calls on Mayo posts. Probably. Last week, on my last few dollars, after losing bigly since November and basically blowing up my port, I got a couple of 414.95C at the bottom. Your education saved me, bro. Awesome, dude. Congrats. It only takes one win. No, I checked. Still calling you guys option shills and how DRS is the only way. Yeah, but now it's just because they're jealous. It's always one or the other, right? They feel superior or they're jealous. It goes back and forth. For the love of God, can you please tell me what a Dan is? I got pooped on the Discord. Pooped on in the Discord for asking. It seems like you found out what a Dan is. I have a Herman Miller chair. It's awesome. I had one a long time ago. I don't like them at all. My total yearly gain turned this weird color. With this bump, my April 200s are in the green, up 290% today. Yeah, all the elation and everything's awesome, but remember what happened in November and don't take risks. Remember when everyone was up 10x and they were like, oh my god, this is the best, and then it fucking disappeared in 45 minutes? Selling covered calls or no? Not yet. AMC trying to catch up. Good for them. They have gold now. Well, supposedly. Took profits on my weekly 100 a while back. No regrets. Freg's Day lessons. Yep. I'm up 1200%. I'm gonna break into Charlie's house tonight. Are you gonna unplug the Reddit servers? Don't do that, man. I think useful endeavor would be to look at when in November we started dipping. Was it around 245? Oh no, November? It was like 30 minutes after, or not even, it was like 15 minutes after market open. We just went straight down like a fucking rock. We went up to like 255 and then just tanked. No, I'm not selling any covered puts. Will you get exercised if you sell a call $10 in the money? Probably. If the upside is covering and the market maker hedging, who is doing the shorting right now after our upside moves? Anybody trying to keep the price in check? How does the options chain look? Bullish as fuck. We're up 30%. I mean, there's no puts coming in. Not heavy put it. No heavy puts coming in. Mostly just calls, sold puts, but all calls. Big call volume. I sold a 100 weekly call earlier today. I'm kind of bummed I didn't wait. Happens, man. At least you made some money, right? You got more money today than you started the day with. BBBY MOASSing now. It's doing a thing. I cannot imagine how much you were up today. 130K for me. Feels good. Bled for so long, but we got a ways to go. Feels good. Just tuned in. Why do you think we're having ups today? Today's T+2 from futures expiration and the quarterly options. We're in the middle of the S&P ETF rebalance. When do you think FOMO is going to start coming in? I think it might already be starting. Like, this is usually the range where you start to see FOMO really pick up on a stock, like 30 to 40% in a day. Ability out of shares. Good. I rolled 3 times and I finally ran out of money to roll in March. Seeing this price action creates a bittersweet feeling. I'm happy for all of you D-Guns making money. Thanks, Lulu. Sorry. Had a goal to turn 500 into 500K in one brokerage last week. Thanks, PyFi. I'm already at 10K. Awesome, dude. Great, you have 3K viewers all of a sudden before it was sub 1,000. I think people are listening to your options advice now. Good stuff. We're usually at around like 2,000, so there's a few extra people. Do you think there will be a morning dip? Probably. We're probably going to see shares return tonight. Is that the real COD legend elite shot in chat? Maybe? Thanks, Silent Lurker. Do you have any AMC calls? I have a few monthly for 20. No, I really don't buy AMC calls. Notifications going out on GME moving up. I'd say FOMO will come in and push us easily to 135. I think 132 to 142 is a very reasonable range for our price movement. The real one, GME brings all the different communities together. That's awesome. I used to play CSGO, but I sucked at it. I met Uma Thurman last night. Very attractive, older lady. Didn't ruin herself with surgery. Very nice as well. Congratulations, Peter. It's a lot of extra info. Smash the new PP. Alright. BBY going to be GME 2.0 will probably lead to GME MOASS. Would you agree? I think it could lead to squeeze on GameStop, but I do think that a lot of the same things that occurred on GameStop in 2021 are going to occur on BBBY in the near future. All the ducks are in a row. We'll see if it plays out. Hold my weekly 100 call. I mean, you're super deep in the fucking money. If you're willing to miss out on gains, like potentially you could follow the price action. Like, I mean, those calls aren't at risk of going out of the money anytime soon, right? And you're not really, like, your theta decay is minimal. Played Call of Duty. Oh, okay. I played Call of Duty. I wasn't bad at Call of Duty. But I haven't played Call of Duty since Modern Warfare. So I think that was still the best one. Right? Yeah, that was the best one. I would disappoint Uma Thurman so hard. Congratulations, Flavius. It's that kind of confidence that'll make you a success in this endeavor. 120, 130 is still pretty low for GME. Could this be the return to normalcy? A new floor? Or is there still pretty good chance it'll go to 100 once they're done with whatever this is? It's a good question. We could stabilize back in this like 120, 130 range. It depends what we run to. But yeah, we may fall back as low as this, Walford. Black Ops 1 was the best Call of Duty. Maybe. I didn't really play that one a lot. I played it, but not a lot. Yeah, COD 4. I think there's 500% gains on my 100C. Not getting rug pulled again. Sure, I missed out on another $500, but you can't go broke getting 5x. Yeah, absolutely not. Is there any way for us poors to make money on runs like this other than with options? You can try to fade the top with covered calls, Barf Monster. It depends on how poor. if you have 100 shares, then you can try to fade the top with covered calls, and then wait for the bottom. If you don't have 100 shares, no. I guess that's still with options though, so no. That's on RC thinking sure hedge funds were going to cover today, assuming it was going to be earnings day, and now they don't have an excuse for why the price rose. This wasn't going to be earnings day ever, Paris. Earnings wasn't moved. It was simply scheduled for the 17th. It was scheduled in advance as per SEC regulations. It wasn't like scheduled for the 23rd and then moved forward. The only reason people saw it appearing as the 23rd in their brokerages is because that's when the brokerage just places like the little earnings bubble. It's just an estimate though. It doesn't mean shit. It's based off the previous year's earnings. He also moved forward all the other earnings all year. Ever since June. The shareholders meeting was moved forward. September's earnings and December earnings were both moved forward from their previous like schedule. I have a bunch of April 140s and 150s. Do you think there's I better hold? Do you think I better off holding those through the end of this week's price action? Or should I take advantage and sell today? I mean, you're out of the money, but you need to be careful. It's up to you. I mean, if you feel these profits are sufficient and you're happy with what you've made, then, you know, I mean, I can't tell what your risk tolerance is. I have 130s and 140s, and I'm holding them still. I think we still look bullish. I think we're going to climb more. I think we've broken into a slightly higher channel here, and I think that we're going to continue up. Are you streaming OPEX? I bought my shares in my options account in that 80 to 90 range, and now they're so far up, they're messing up my profit loss calculations. Is it possible to go broke taking profits if one has terrible over-leveraged investment strategy and doesn't account for current capital gains in next year's tax cycle? Maybe, but you can always defer your tax payments. You need to speak with your accountant, but yeah, there's ways to at least offset that. If all the prominent billionaires, you asked me that before, I already said probably Gates, because, you know, he seems like the one most okay with killing someone. Zuck might be up there. Currently 3,000 people watching. Considering that 20% of them are bots, shills, another 10% are DRS fanatics who've come here to hate watch people. At least 2,100 real people watching. Remind people to like the stream, tell a friend about the joys of membership, and join the dance. God damn it. Wish my cat likes my music tastes. What the fuck? Sharing the love today, today. Thanks for everything, Gert. Couldn't have done it without you. I know, Matt Kors. I know you couldn't have. I didn't hear you mention the 1,000 put contracts, but shortly ago, 115 strike. Those are sold. Those are bull spreads. There's sell puts, buy calls. We're looking for in the money puts. In the money puts, and we didn't actually get them in November, but we didn't have this much pressure in November. So they'll need them this time. And then what that is, it's indicative that they're fading the top, right? And so because this run is hedged, when it reaches its peak, they will buy in the money puts. We will see shares returned and we will see shorting. And they do this to short the peak, right, at the highest price and drive the price down. So that's what we're on the lookout for. Out of the money puts, we don't care about. Do you think that tomorrow's price action will mirror May 26, 2021? Today looks like May 25th. That was an OPEC date. So yeah, Ryan Cohen, that's possible. Also, thanks to the 600% gains today. You're the man. Thanks, dude. What if Cohen bought his remaining shares? Unlikely. Why would he? His cost average is so fucking low, and he already owns the company. There's a reason for him to buy more. The only reason he would have to buy more is if he was at risk of losing his control of the float. With shares outstanding. We definitely say that this is not an RC buy-in or a share buyback. Well, they only have $103 million to spend on a share buyback, which would account for, you know, what's our average price today? 113. So that would only account for like 800,000 of our volume today. If they did the share buyback. Highly unlikely that RC could afford to buy his remaining shares. Also, why today? I mean, I guess today would be an advantageous day to do it because it would fuck over those who are trying to cover obligations, but no, this just looks like OPEX. The buying's really deliberate in order to not raise the price. That's why we kind of see VWAP trending up, but it's really like we're really not getting a lot of volume in here, right? It's just they just keep pushing the price up and trying not to jump the bid. I mean, they're probably trying to hold the line at 120 into close, honestly. Why CERN puts not printing? CERN puts print. I don't know. You gotta wait. It's like not CERN. Is that the fucking one that's getting bought out? Yeah. That's not anytime soon. $45 minutes till CNS closes. Yeah. Although I don't feel like we have a lot of FTDs today, so CNS may not matter much. I joined Billionaires, and now I can speak 3 different languages, and I've never looked back. I was called a Gherk fan by a DRS Maverick on Super Stonk recently, and it was honestly a magical feeling. Congrats, you're a shill. What do you think to the theory that RC moved the earnings date? He didn't move the earnings. I went over this already. People are fucking stupid. That's what I think about it. That's what the theory is. It's a stupid fucking theory. All of the earnings have been moved forward since he took over control of the board. The earnings wasn't moved. It was scheduled for the 17th. That's the day it fucking occurred. Stop attaching emotions, feelings, and hope to information. Wouldn't it make more sense for Jimmy to hold on to that share buyback cash in the event that the share price drops very low? You mean like it did 2 weeks ago? It doesn't matter. We wouldn't find out until the next quarterly earnings if they'd bought back those shares or not. It's not enough shares to act as a catalyst. It's only like 800,000 shares at our current prices as well, slightly below our current price. Our average price for the day. OPEC's 30 million ETF shares, but typically GME volume around 2 million. Is there any way to use math to figure out the percentage? Nope, because you never know how much of the, I don't know where the fuck you're getting any of that information from, Stefan, because it's not, I see no path to it being factually correct, but you'll never know how much of the ETF FTDs are in fact GameStop. They are not created proportionally in any way. It could be all of them. It could be 10% of them. It could be 50% of them. Does a share buyback use options? No. It's a great post on SS today. The fact that it wasn't immediately deleted in the OP ban tells you so much about where SS is at. Not good. It's a great reset post. If you had a penny this month for every time you answered a question about earnings day, would you have a solid $1.50 to $2, I think? Oh, fuck. Just today. I would just have $1. Like, I would have like $5 today alone. I love how like I've described in great detail what I thought would happen this week multiple times over the last like month and a half. And everyone's like, is this because RC is buying? No, asshole. RC's cost basis is like 17 fucking dollars or $12. He's not gonna buy the stock at 80 bucks. He already owns the fucking company. He went and bought another company for really cheap, or most of it. Do you have an estimate how when RC will start shorting Jimmy again? Remember when you almost banned me because I was so excited about the golden pickle? I wouldn't shut up about it and made everyone look at it. Yeah. I hate when you get smug. That's literally all the fucking time. I'm always smug. Yet you're still here, so you must not hate it that much. Ryan Cohen, really wish people would quit hating on DRS or hating on options. Remember the PiFi DRS calls Eiffel Tower around the short hedge funds? No one remembers that. Do you also find it hilarious how the general tone of people here in here changes on green days like this? Yeah. I don't know what I dislike more, bearishness or exuberance. Exuberance is more fun, I guess. 10,000 appeared in the ask again. How I'm happy these days are back. Let's honestly go. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added. What are you saying? You just sending me fucking pictures of shit again? Ooh. Bar rates shooting up. Are these, yeah, but these are intraday, right? Jesus fucking Christ. VCR's way up. FNDX. Man, they're kind of fucked, huh? Why are the bar rates shooting? They should be covering all this shit. They only have one more day, right? Well, I guess 2 more days? What is our new icon for 1-year membership? I haven't uploaded one yet. I didn't think we'd make it this far. Oh, did I fuck up the song? I'm sorry. Turd sent me screenshots of shit and I had to decipher what they were.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no
Bar
pros.
rates
Cash
for
in advance, cause we holding the flow. If you are what you need to make Gherkin to go back. Hoping that you read the DD, cause
It means they're still shorting the ETFs into their fucking rebalance, which is risky.
RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. We might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade.
Yeah, after the song.
When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Do I even have this on here? So, bar rate climbing, I believe this is XRT, bar rate climbing on FNDX. Pretty significantly since the beginning of this month. Bar rate climbing on VCR. Is it VRC? VCR? Which is a Vanguard ETF. And that too. Bar rate from like 9 to now it's at 15. It's weird because the bar rates shouldn't be climbing into the rebalance. It's risky. It means they're shorting into the rebalance. TDA, a few months ago, I wanted info on DRS. The agent asked me to look into it. That's what I found great. Needless to say, upon my own findings, I haven't DRS my shares. Thanks, Pickle Matt. Thanks, John Jar. I mean, VCRs are pretty hard to come by anymore, so that one barely even counts. First time playing weeklies, is it worth it holding a few more days? If you're in the money, you're safer. But if you're not in the money yet, then you need to be very, very careful because the theta decay can move against you really quickly, especially as we move into like Wednesday and Thursday. Like even like a big dip for a few hours could knock out your gains. Is this a head and shoulders on the chart right now? A little bit. XRT testing at intraday high. I sold 120 C325 for 1200% profit. Thank you for the education and the channel. I have another 325 120. How do I know how much value it will lose due to theta? Well, you're already in the money, so it's the rate of decays will slow the further into the money you get. Be careful. I mean, what would I do if I were them? probably like try to pull overnight. Maybe. Shorting into the rebound, same as feathering the break to shave off some speed. Sort of. Except every time you hit the brake, every time you let go of the brake, it accelerates a little more. Housemate's been playing Elden Ring, and he found someone left a comment on there saying, praise the pickle. Bullish? They will 100% let this run tomorrow, and then tank at 10:30 to collect premium, float down to max ban. We'll be at 160 tomorrow at 10, though. We'll see. Are they shorting XRT to get a lower dividend rate? No, the dividend, ex-dividend was yesterday. If they're shorting now, they're just delaying the inevitable. Everyone asking about earnings date, just Google two girls. Nice try, Dwayne the Line Johnson. 999. Don't Google that if you know what's good for you. I think most people know not to Google that, but don't Google that. I've seen that pickle comments in Elden Ring too bullish. But how can they tank us anytime this week? There are no shares to borrow. Well, because as they clear out obligations from the ETFs, right, they then get shares to borrow again. Could they internalize dark pooled orders or just printing today for XRT to dodge X dividend? No, you can't dodge X dividend that way. That's for the shares sold short. All right, so this is a little breakdown of the trend. We did break up and then we failed. So we broke up out of this right here, right, and then failed to push through to 125. If we fall back down, I'd say we could fall to 119 right now. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Will we build a ramp or will they? Well, we're in a very good position to continue moving up because, you know, we're above the put call parity. We're, you know, above gamma neutral, above delta neutral. Like, we're in a good spot. Like, we have a very positive hedge. We're still up 27% on the day. Broke up and then failed is my lockdown experience in a nutshell. I seen your 140 weeklies that are up 300%. Are you going to keep holding for more possible push tomorrow or selling them today due to theta? What? I don't have any 140 weeklies. I have 140s for June. I'm not sure if I'm selling them yet. If we break down here, actually, I'm going to place a stop limit on my out of the money calls. So I set some stop limits too. Should I put a stop there? No. I haven't filled yet, but if we fall below here, I'll fill on my out of the monies. Just returning. How's the SPY doing right now? SPY also kind of. So it's a little bit working against us there, and we're not at. Oh, I need to move that down. Okay. The derivative cinnamon pine cone is a contract that derives its value from the performance of an underlying entity. Yeah, because it can be like a commodity or an equity. What's the bull case here? We bounce. This was our breakdown, which makes sense. We have some decent support here. Options, yeah, options are a derivative. What do you think about tomorrow? I'm pretty bullish on it. I think we've had a fucking insane run today. 27% up. I don't think it was supposed to be MOASS. It's just up. No, Tesla's still just killing it, dude. Mm. 994 is the next upside resistance on the daily. Thanks for answering the questions of members and non-members alike. Return of the perm at 500. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Anthony. I try. What do you think about tomorrow? I think tomorrow's got some potential still. I think there's still a lot going on that isn't fully resolved yet. But I'm being careful, you know, like I just set a stop here in case it slipped. It does look like we're going to bounce a little bit on this resistance, hopefully recovering to the upside. You know, like this way. But we'll see how that plays out. Either way, I've got my downside managed, and then, you know, my 80s, 85s, 90s, 95s, and 100s are all super deep in the money. I'm not super concerned with those contracts right now. Sorry I ever doubted you, Pickle Man. It's okay, dude. I get it. How's a stop limit work? It's a trigger and then a limit sell. Isn't that awful slippage for options? Not necessarily. It can be like a market order can suck, but it's not always bad. I mean, it's even if you experience some, unless you're active, like the benefit of a stop loss on an option is you can't watch it, right? So you don't give a shit about slippage as long as you take profits. Slippage only really matters when you're trading in like large volume. YouTube keeps eating my messages, but thank you. I could have turned a paycheck into my salary if I had a crystal orb before market end yesterday. Yes. If you were holding Maze, would you sell if we run up to 180 and then buy back in after it consolidates? If like May contracts, I would probably just sell if we ran up to 180, and then I probably wouldn't buy back for a while. Generally, there's a downside to these movements that comes immediately after the upside. Hey man, would you be able to do what you do with days off? Like, I like your play-by-plays, but it also seems you have to be stuck to the minute-by-minute stock watch. I don't actually. Most, like, before I did the stream, I like traded for the first 15 to 30 minutes of the day. Maybe let's say 2.5 hours a day. Like watching pre-market, 30 minutes of trading, and then I was done for the day. The stream keeps me on here for 8 hours a day, minute by minute, but I had a lot of free time before. You have to be good at it though. If you're swing trading or wheeling, like other strategies that are less hands-on, fucking like what, you work like a few hours every week, maybe. I mean, you have to have alerts set up and you have to monitor your positions, but the hands-on maintenance, and the more capital you have, the less you have to dick around with the minutia. I'm not sorry I doubted you. It felt like a learning process for everyone. Still does, to be honest. I trust that you're a good faith actor, whether wrong or right. That's enough for me. Thanks, man. That message wasn't at you. I'm trying to talk to some of the folks in here about a girl. So nosy. Smacks my head. Unbelievable. IV tanking? Dropping, yeah. Just tuned in, loving the price action. Do we expect this to continue through the week? No, but it'd be nice if it does. 3.5 hours of sleep last night? About 3. What's more toxic, WeBull comments or the Wall Street Bets daily thread? Twitter. Isn't it normal for IV to drop when the stock price drops? Yeah, I mean, it's not really just the drop in stock price though. It's the drop in volume and stock price simultaneously. So we went down on low volume and crushed the IV a little bit. Thanks, Gurk. 15K in the year thanks to this group. Praise be to VWAP. Thanks, dude. I want to quit my job. Let's send GME and AMC to 10,000. Tell everyone what's going on. AMC's never going to 10,000, dude. You tell her, Average Joe. You're there. Do you have a CPAP machine? No. I did a sleep study, but I couldn't fall asleep, and so like I don't think they got a lot of data. I just bought a dumb amount of 260s for $20 each so I can get rich or go on food stamps. Genius. How would you account for IV drop when placing stop limits? I based mine off price movement alone and getting stopped out when I dropped. What am I missing? I got stopped when it dropped. What am I missing? You set your spread a little wider than just price. I feel like keep going through my life like that. Smacks my head and shake my head. Whatever. I don't care. It means both, actually. Earlier you said you're expecting price action to continue into the week. Now you said you're not expecting it to continue. What makes you change your opinion? I'm not expecting anything. It can continue. There's really no we've already moved up $40 fucking dollars. I don't have a lot more expectations. Can we continue up more? Is there a potential? Yes. Do I expect it to happen? No. We'll have to wait and see. Too many people get too hung up on predictions of price action, and it's bad for their portfolios. So they can learn to follow trends the hard way. Nothing helps me sleep at night, trash. No, the ETF rebalance isn't over yet. They have till Thursday to finish that. Win FOMO and in the money puts, so I can sell CCs at the top. Market cap now over 9 billion. Yep. Maybe try Ambien. No. Weird shit happens to me on Ambien. I'm not doing that again. I'll make you a bread sandwich before bed so you can get some of those sweet carb sleeps. You mean the toast sandwich? All right. Whoa, Black Betty and Banan. Oh god, I remember that. How concerned are you of an after hours rug pull? They could. A little bit. I don't know if I want to carry my 140s into tomorrow. No, you can't pay me to train you, but you can hang out and learn. Top post on SS, GME up over 25% and not one notification. I literally got a notification from Yahoo Finance when we were up 10%. Shh, that doesn't sound nearly as controversial or exciting. CNS closing affect price movement to the downside? It could. We've still got about 12 minutes estimated on that. Votes or calls a secret lab chair? Strangles. I would strangle the secret lab chair's mediocrity all day. Can I flip this fucking pillow around so I'm not advertising for them? There. It's better. You've met the Ambien walrus? Actually, Dan, if I cut down on the caffeine and nicotine consumption, you think I'm going to be able to handle doing this all day? The answer is no. Don't FTD power hour. All right. Fine.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I'm not a pillow on the chair guy. 2 days later, I have to adjust my pillow. Well, this chair needed something soft on it, Fluffy. Feels like chicken in a raft type day, don't you think? No. That's for the sad days. Do you expect more price action tomorrow? I think we could get more tomorrow. It's possible. There's a decent positive hedge from today. Lots of options buying today, bullish. So there's room for us to continue moving. And we have room to the upside. Is it bad I took profit on calls? No, of course not. Making money is never bad. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. See, I'm not like sleepy during the day though. I just don't sleep. I haven't slept since I was like 16 years old. I used to sleep like before I was 16, I would sleep 12 hours a night, no problem. After that, it's just kept decreasing over time. And now I'm down to like 3 to 4 hours of sleep average. I made more money today than I did in the last 6 months when I was a teacher. Bittersweet, but thanks for your work. No problem, man. Congrats. They should pay teachers more. Consider this another request of the 510 song at some point today. I already played it earlier. Coincidence? Yes. If you had a 95 and 100, would you hold or sell and buy back because of theta? How do you determine how far in the money you keep your calls? I mean, I have both of those things, but they're not weeklies. I haven't sold them. Theta's not going to decay on them as fast because they're in the money. I would say my average day, I go to bed at 4 a.m., wake up at 8 a.m. And that's fine. If I get less than that, then I'm kind of pissy all day. At what time do you gherk off? No, not MOASS. I get all my sexual satisfaction from call options, so I don't need any of that. Do you have a disease where you function off less sleep? I don't know. I don't think that's a superhuman ability. Aren't you pissy every day? Most days. How quickly does paper money replenish on paper trading? I yellowed 200k into weeklies. Am I doing this right? Sure. I'm pretty sure you just get infinite money. But could you explain fading the top? They short the peak. It's like buying the bottom, but the other way around. You need to spank the pickle a bit. Ah. Do you have enough money so you could quit today? Yeah. I could have retired at 350 in June. Like forever. Sometimes I think about that. You need to start hanging out with single moms if you catch my drift. Why moms? I mean, not that I have anything against that, but it just seems oddly specific. You're gonna paper hand at 350 next time, aren't you? No, I'm just gonna sell a fuck ton of covered calls. It's because you know for sure they put out. What about Christian widows? That's a new kink. It's exciting because you know that they think that someone's watching. What the fuck? I was wondering when someone was gonna pick up on that. Do you like October GME calls? That's where I'm looking to buy next. At the money, of course, probably next week. I mean, I maybe, but I'd probably buy them fucking at the end of April or something. Only Amish. Is that an Adamant's mom joke, turd? Because if it is, respect. I can't even get off of feel the Lord's presence during the act. Fuck you, trash. Yeah, no problem, Greek's publicist. I don't have a Mormon kink. But yeah, the oppressed are more fun in bed. Single moms need love too. Yeah, but that's not my responsibility. Oppressed, repressed. Both are accurate. Undressed. What's up, DV? Ortec showing 1.21 million borrowed, estimated 23.73% SI or 15.02 million. Cool. Man, I love Ortex getting paid to give people what's already free on the internet. But with a chart. Cena's dead? Yeah. Cena's is dead. Do you share any thoughts on the Tesla CCs I sold last week before my concussion that are underwater? Is it best to roll or buy to close? Thanks for any light you can shed. I'd probably roll, but I'd roll pretty far out. Maybe like Tesla ran hard today too. Maybe look at like the 1050 range. I had to roll mine last week, and then I didn't sell any this week because the market was bouncing. It's free if you delete your credit card on Ortex. I could never raise another man's child, not because I'm against it, but because women don't find me as an attractive partner. I have the same sleep pattern, typically sleep from 2 or 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. Not fun. I don't know. It doesn't bother me. Usually I'm very productive during the day, but it's like with the stream, I'm doing this for 8 hours. And then after that, I'm kind of tired. Yep. Bye-bye, CNS. If you want to make money on the downside, but there is something to buying puts to ride down on GameStop, and that you're accelerating the downside. Which I guess means that their shorting's driving money into your pocket, but I still not a huge fan of it. Yeah, that's kind of what I do. On other stocks is like at the peak of the run, I'll sell some in the money, some out of the money or at the money. Like 45 days out to maximize theta value. Covered call is way better to ride down. I mean, less damage to the stock, right? It really just depends on how you look at it. I mean, technically speaking, if you sell those puts and you're not exercising them for a profit, then any damage done is reversed at the bottom, right? But I still just, I don't know, from a, and I shouldn't think this way because it is like an emotional attachment. I just don't fucking like it. In reality, what happens is, you know, they're already shorting, right? The price is going to come down regardless of what you do. And so buying puts at the top just means that their shorting drives money and profits into your pocket. Like if you don't buy puts, the price of the stock's still going to come down. What it can mean though is that the price drops even further below where they intended it to if this is done in mass, right? Gamma squeezing us down the same way we gamma squeezed up. Permit me to issue and control the pickles of a nation, and I care not who makes its laws. Freg, you son of a bitch. Thanks for making my day, bud. You didn't even have to give me money. You could have just said hi. Are we going to Walmart tonight? I was thinking we could go to Sam's Club. It's a special day, right? I have a 7-day free pass and a gift card. It's got like $23.47 on it. Freg's not Canadian. He just has bank accounts in multiple countries. From this day forth, we will no longer refer to the day of downs as Freg's Day, but the day of up. Freg has returned to us. Our stock may rise once again. For those of you that are confused right now, it's okay. You'll get used to it. Is Freg same as Jesus? Better. Max bar rate spiked to 47.36 or text GME. Intraday, yeah. I mean, they just... That's significant, but it's still intraday, so it doesn't matter. Aaron Attic, thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it to
Someone buying 10 calls. $10 calls. Probably institutions. Or it's just like arbitrage play. Cadging 23 seed chasing. Might want to give yourself more time on that strike. Looking back over the past year, how has price typically behaved on a 25% plus day? I mean, twice it went down, twice it went up. Make Freg an honorary billionaire. Freg's whatever Freg. If fuck, I'll make Freg an admin if he wants to be one. Freg for my wife's boyfriend. He's already sleeping with her. Freg's like a tier up from Pigeon Whale. And the Pigeon Whales get it. Freg loves single moms. I just want to ride shotgun to the mall. Fine. So like get dinner at the food court and then just like hang out outside. Yeah, just vape outside till dark. Okay. Should I bring the Bluetooth speaker? I guess Freg is pretty cool if he's down with the single moms. I mean, think of how many people in here he's impregnated over the last 6 months. When are you releasing the reaction video to J Fresh's Painted Pickle? All our favorite brick and mortar stores: Bed Bath & Beyond, Dilly's, GameStop, Express. It's true. It's like we could just go and live among the most shorted companies in America. Is Freg's real name Warren Buffett? Freg's real name is Freg. He's a frog. I mean, my pregnancy was complete, but I'm a dance. It's not very difficult to impregnate me. Fair. We can breakdance behind the van? Oh, dude, I've got new glow sticks. I mean, if you want. I'm just saying, it'll make us look cooler. We'll have the Bluetooth speaker, the vapes, glow sticks. And what are we? And we're not missing anything at that point. The fact that we haven't had any in the money puts bought today make you bullish for tomorrow? A little bit, yeah. Hearing you describe your date makes me want to put a lid on my drink. It's not a date. It's a hang session. Could Tesla also be following an OPEX-like cycle? No, I think it's more than just coming up with the market. We've looked back into that before. It doesn't even run quarterly. It's just kind of sporadic. Tesla's a fucking mess from a technical standpoint. Flag plant time, my guy. Bouncing off the support for the 3rd time. Do we bounce through resistance or fall through support? We're about to find out. I mean, they're clearly trying to keep the price in check and below putting those 120s in the money overnight. I'd imagine OI at 120 is quite high, so. Fucking ridiculous. Thanks, chicken tender daddy. Remember the shill sniffing dog? I do. He said I wasn't a shill. Remember, he like came in here and was like, "You're not a shill," and I was like, "Thanks, dude." So, you know, official. Hi-fi official. Are you bringing a skateboard to the mall to almost do a kickflip? It depends on if it's raining or not. I don't want to mess up my bearings. ABEC 3s? Swiss bones, bro. 120 weeklies are only up 1800%. I'm sorry. Thoughts on Express? It's like GameStop, but not good. I feel like that I covered that. Can you tell if this is descending wedge versus head and shoulders? Same pattern, started around 1045 and broke up. It could be a descending wedge. It seems like they're just trying to keep the price under 120. They don't want the day closing out with those 120 options in the money. Yeah, fossils also in the basket. Hearing you talk about your birthday, it makes me feel like I stepped into the movie Mallrats. Me and Frag do unique things, okay? Don't judge us. Don't judge you for milking bulls all day. Did you say in the past the most GME volume is MM's hedge funds and not retail? Do you think this is still the case? Yes. No judgment. Totally envious. Is that a Head and Shoulders on top of a Head and Shoulders? No, we're just like locked in this channel right now. Not enough volume to get out. Too much buy pressure to fall through. Vortex max bar rate spiked at 47.36. It's on the intraday. They just like borrow a shitload of shares all at once. It spikes the rate and then they return them. Our overnight rate won't be that high. It's bullish. It means at one point they borrowed a fucking ton of shares, but you can come too if you know how to dance. All right. I guess we have room. And we have a van, so we can bring a few people. Uncertainty about what the Fed just said will come in at some point, but do you think the market will remain bullish? Contingent on CPI, or do you think it will turn sooner? Seems too bullish. I would say that the economic conditions that are negatively affecting the market have not resolved themselves by any means. I think what we're seeing is a lull and a little pushback. I don't expect us to break to new all-time highs, although it could happen. There's a lot of money on the sidelines waiting to jump in, and big bull runs make that money not want to be on the sidelines anymore. Still $30 until I'm even on this bag. I mean, I'm totally thrilled at the price move, but I missed the battle for 180. My tatas just won't get jacked for a single good day. It's time to really rip. I mean, well, you need a good day like this to trigger a rip, right? Like this is still good. Can I come? I have a longboard. Yeah. My cousin has an employee discount. We could get some Arizona iced teas. Fuck yes. This doesn't even sound like the worst night. I'm down. I like BBBY the rest of the week. I'm watching it very closely. Rip, same like put. Can I come? My mom says I can go. I have to bring my little brother. We'll just ditch him. It's cool. Of course, wrestle my jimmies. No, no hack. Get the fuck out of here with your hacky sack. Kickflip off the gamma ramp. What do you think of Cat for post-war Ukraine? I'm sure their price will pick up. Thanks, Shane. Appreciate it. Would you hold 110C weeklies through the night or not? Probably. I mean, I don't have weeklies, so it's hard for me to say. I'm not sure what like your position is or where you bought in. But it doesn't look bad going into the overnight. Like they didn't crash as hard into the end of the day yet. Everything looks pretty solid. Yeah, max bar rate spiked to 47. Briefly, it's not overnight. Right? It's not staying steady at 47, or it wasn't. Is rebalancing done today or Thursday? All of these obligations can continue to drag out into the rest of this week. So into tomorrow, we still have futures expiration, options expiration. Into Thursday, we still have rebalancing continuing. We have daily dividends due on various ETFs. Lubed, shroomed, and ready to moon. Finally. Took you long enough. You're in Junes mostly. Long dated are safer, but sure don't print like shorter dated. No, they don't, but I was prepared for that. All my shorter dated money is currently in Docu. So, which is also up $25. So I'm not really sad about it. I think it's OPEC's reporting a max borrow rate of 47. It happens on the intraday, like the spikes, especially with our borrow rate elevated. Like it happens on DDS a lot. They just return the shares right away. They don't keep them overnight at that rate. Did dividends fuck the shorts? I mean, yeah. Any events next week? No, not that I can think of. Why was Docu shorted into infinity? They had a bad earnings, and then they had a big sell off because they were overvalued. Um, then they had good earnings followed by a big sell off. Then they had another good earnings followed by a big sell off, and now they're coming back. Think of 150C for this Friday hedges MOASS. Yeah, I mean if we're gonna MOASS, but if we don't, then it's just kind of nothing, right? We're still a ways away from 150. That's quite the move that we'd have to make. Wonder if they're gonna let us close up fucking 30%. Motley Fool loves Docu. It's up. I picked it up on a scanner that I'm building. And that's why I was playing it. It's also breaking 996 wall. Yeah, it still looks strong. How likely are we to rip in after hours? I mean, I hope. That'd be fucking awesome. Have they not shorted us down yet because they have an entropy swap in place? Yeah, likely. I mean, also they haven't really run the stock hard. Like we're up a lot, but not a lot of like IV isn't super up. Like we haven't had like a sustained amount of buy volume for a decent period of time or gapped up or anything. It's very slow, deliberate covering. Our volume's decent, but not enough to really push IV where we want to see it. Does not having the price pushed down into close indicate we might be in for overnight run? Wishful thinking. See if it happens. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Is this the type of volume you'd expect for covering? Yes. This would be considered covering. A big gap up for IV to get back to 200, 300%. Yeah. End of day poll? Sure. All in all, I'm kind of glad we stabilized in today. Good chance of attracting more investors tomorrow when the stock isn't a roller coaster. Yeah. It's not good for them to close the day out up 30%. Are you holding your in the money far dated calls? Yeah, I'm still holding my out of the money ones. I didn't get stopped out because we didn't fall through the resistance. I don't think we're gonna hit 145 by the end of the day. We can only go up $12.30. If we go up $12.30 in 5 minutes, which would almost put us there, we'll halt. And we're getting rejected here again at 123. How do capital gains losses get taxed for options? I mean, it depends on how long you carry the option for, but short term. I'm a GME investor and I approve this price action. Yeah, we're above delta neutral. We're above everything right now. I'm braced for the rug pull. Have they broken me? Will I ever feel hope again? I hope not. So hope and fear are the mind killers. Yes. Take profits and the GFE or hold them and get eaten alive by theta. How far out of the money are you? Ooh. That's exciting. There's no PDT restrictions in Europe. Bullish and reckless. Jesus Christ. My friend is programming it. So my idea, his programming, working together to try to figure it out. Working on a couple projects like that right now. How fast would we hit 300 if Jamie did their buyback of 100 million? We'd probably go up like a couple bucks. You do realize it's like not a lot of money or shares, right? It's just 800,000 shares. 887,000 shares. Less now because our price is higher. They're going to use that to buy back shares for employees as they need to. They're not going to use it to just like buy in a bunch. If they haven't already used it, honestly. Take my likes so more people knows about you. Thanks, General Motors enthusiasts. Can I buy the scanner from you? I mean, it's not done, so it's kind of useless right now. Although it did pick up Docu, so that was cool. How bullish is this for tomorrow? Very. Especially if we close above 125, because that means the 120s and 125s are in the money going into tomorrow. GME up 30% today. Nothing to see here. MSM probably. I think they're already saying that, like, retail is still betting on a short squeeze. Does your Ko-Fi accept rubles? I don't think so. Well, but it's like it's not completed. It's in its infancy of being built. It's barely been back tested. How do you know when you take too much risk? I just sold my neighbor's possessions. Am I doing this right? What's the best argument that supports this move upwards today was not retail? Any data we have that supports this argument? That supports this move up wasn't retail? Massive amounts of fucking share creation in ETFs over the last quarter, all of which is due today, tomorrow, the next day, and yesterday. During the exact window ETFs are being rebalanced. After an underperforming earnings. It's just ETFs. They're covering the fucking ETF obligations. It's very simple. We have the flow data, the options data for the ETFs. We have the fucking evidence from the last 6 quarters that this occurred. We're up 30% on the T+2 day. Thank you for introducing me to the world of leaps. No problem, man. Retail coughed up 1.5 billion and enthusiastically threw it into GameStop. It depends on what. We'll have to wait for tomorrow morning, because I'll need to see what the Knave Gex is for today. But I'll be able to tell everyone tomorrow how much hedging needs to be done. Did you close any calls? Not yet. I've written several DDs about why this is ETFs. It's not approachable to noobs. It never will be. I've made videos trying to explain it. Do you intend on exercising any of your in the money June calls? I mean, my cheapest call is at 80. So, or my lowest strike is at 80. So if we go above 160, I'll consider exercising those. And then so on. Isaac Asimov postulated in The Foundation the concept physiometrics is also Citadel's corporate leaders fancy. Is Jimmy's public interest just upward pressure for hedgies to play off of? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that they don't take advantage. They do. Do you intend on exercising any of your in the money June calls? Holding them past this week? Okay, covered that. So we still have room to the upside, is all I'm hearing. Yes. Buy calls today or wait till the morning? I'd probably wait, Because if they return some shares overnight, they're going to short in the morning. You were super good at stocks. Thanks, Stefan. We see Jimmy breaking 350 this week. Well, let's see if we can break 125 first. No, there's naive and knave. They're different. How much is too much for being over leveraged against a popular stock? Totally asking for a friend, I swear. Thanks, KL. It is a great day for Jimmy. It's a bad time to buy BBBY leaps on account of high IV. The IV on the leaps isn't that high. It's not like out of control. It's not the best time to buy them, but it's okay. Because a lot of the times they wait to see what's sold off and they hedge after hours. Because if people close their options and don't carry them over the overnight, what's the point of hedging them? Also, those options don't expire till Friday. So like usually a lot of the hedging that's done is done within T+2. They hedge in real time to some extent. But they also have gamma exposure the following day, which can't be predicted until market close, right? Jesus Christ. Yeah, March, KL, March OPEX. There you go. That's the easiest way to explain today right now, until we know more. But I mean, it's the combination of futures expiration, S&P rebalance. There's a lot of shit going on right now, and it'll take time for us to decipher exactly what is driving the price action. Also, the extent of the price action will indicate which is which. Hedge fund manager has donated millions to charity and has his name on museum buildings in New York. Who? What the fuck are you talking about? Hey, what's up, Jesus Christ? I think this is OPEX T35 off ETF shorting or OPEX new OPEX cycle off different ETF. I think right now it's either they kicked OPEX out until the ETF rebalance, at which point they have to cover it, or and if they did that, we'll see more price action, or OPEX has simply shifted to a different quarterly cycle. In which case, we're nearing the extent of potential price action. Could you stop swearing? That's going to be pretty hard for me. All hail Lady VWAP. Thank you, Dr. Dan, mad scientist. You swear more right into the mic. No reason. Ding ding. GameStop closing out the day at 123.14, up 30.72%. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Grizzled, I'm gonna drink some water for you, I promise. Thank you, dude. The copulation cult list was accidentally released. Steve Code was most likely on it. We need Reddit to do its thing. L Dan Ring 30.74. Maybe this is the start of a nice little run. I hope so. They slammed the close on AMC. Are you sure it wasn't just the NYSE like end of day block order? Yeah, it doesn't look like they banged the close. This is right before. This is, yeah, no, I don't think so. You explain the difference between knave and naive. You can look them up. What a fucking day. It has been. For those of you that rolled and rolled and rolled and lost thousands of dollars over the last several months, congratulations. For those of you that didn't make any money today, I'm sorry. But thanks for hanging out all the same. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for more juicy OPEX stuff. Have a good night, guys. See you tomorrow.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
have what?
Look, Dad, it's not.
Where did you get it?
Dad,
answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Holy shit, Fly High, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Rico!
Sit, Creon, sit. Good dog.
show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.